Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch with your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bony. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith and my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah. win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me?
We in a building. We in a building.
Can you hear me?
We
My mic
hear
working
you.
good?
We hear you.
Okay,
Yep.
welcome. Hold on, let me switch this. My apologies. Welcome back to Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. This is the platform where ideas clash, knowledge builds, and truth gets sharpened. I'm your host, A1, as you all know. Tonight, we're stepping out of opinion and stepping into deep waters. We're talking about a journey that doesn't span years, decades, or even centuries, but billions of years. From the very first spark of life, abiogenesis, to the complex world we live in today, and leading us through this powerful presentation is none other than the sister Issa Queen. Everybody give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Where's my
you.
sound? There we go. There we go. She's going to be breaking down Evolution 101, connecting the dots from the origins of life through the rise of organisms, the development of species, and a long chain of changes that bring us right here, right now. This isn't surface level talk. This is foundation. This is where science, history, and reality meet. So get ready to learn, get ready to question, and most importantly, get ready to think. It's a queen. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And peace to everybody for coming through to listen to me talk for a little bit. Um, if y'all know me, y'all know that like evolution is definitely a passion project of mine. I literally base my spirituality around it. So this is this is gonna be a fun one. Thanks for everybody coming through. And if you have anything that you want to add, or you want to argue, or you want to just whatever you want to bring to the table, I'm looking forward to everyone coming up, having a conversation afterwards. With that being said, I'm going to start this up with sharing my screen. Give me 1 second. But before I start, does anybody else want to, plug their little 1 2s in while I'm
I was going to say,
getting this
can we
together?
go around and introduce everybody else on the panel?
Absolutely.
I know
While
you
I'm
have
doing this.
the Soul Tribe family here with you today. Let me make them big so everyone can see who we have. Go
Oh, brother
ahead.
God Energy. How you doing? Didn't see you down there.
We'll start with you,
Peace,
Humble.
peace, y'all.
We'll start with God Energy. She came off mute first. Go ahead.
Go ahead, God Energy. I go last.
Oh, my fault. I was just saying peace, y'all. Responding, you know what I mean. Looking forward to the presentation, and that's about it.
I definitely put him on the spot just now.
Shout out God Energy stepping into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Purple, any shout outs? You want to let them know who you are, where you're from, and where they can find you at?
I am Purple Diva. You can find me on Bigo and TikTok. I am the Politico and constitutionalist of the DOC.
Hey, and you said you are looking for a Trumper who wants to debate, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for a trapper who wants to go home crying. Yeah.
Okay, I think I got a black
Yeah,
conservative
get it,
for
Nazi
you.
Purple.
I'm about to put you up against him. Go ahead. I'm sorry I cut you off.
Yeah, you're good. That's all I needed to say. Thank you.
And last but not least, Rep Dual Concepts.
Hey, this is Rep, aka Reparations. You know me, the AI God. Come holler at me if you need an AI video. We do the music, we do apps, we do sites, we do it all. As long as it's in the realm of AI. I'll let your boy.
Tell them where they can find you, Rep.
Dual of Concepts.
Dual of Concepts.
Concepts.
Yeah, I was
Absolutely.
about to say my brother absolutely undersold himself. He is a part of my creative team at Zula Concepts on YouTube. Everything you see on that channel, it has his hands all over it. So yes, that's my brother Rep. Also, big shout out to again, God Energy has some stuff on my Dula Concepts as well. He has his I will call it the proto out of Africa presentation on my doula concepts. And also my brother Fusion doing great work inside of the black community where he's at. He don't really be a part of this social media stuff. He's definitely be in the backgrounds, but he has been a great help. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Oh, one more big shout out to my girl Balboa. You know, she's another one with the political
Yeah, shout out to
standpoint,
Big Bill.
right? Y'all not ready for my girl Balboa or Perp. Like, I come with hitters. Just know if there's women around me, they are hitters. That's it. That's it.
What up, y'all? Y'all already know it's your boy Humble Mystic in the building. And today, y'all know I brought the family out. We got Sister Issa Queen, we got Brother God Energy, Auntie Purple, my brother Rep. And the people that we see on this panel right now, um, I give them a lot of credit, a whole lot of credit. For the persona that y'all see up here in front of y'all by the name of Humble Mystic. They keep me on my toes, they keep me sharp, they make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And they keep me at the top of my game. And I appreciate everybody for coming out, and shout out to Big Brother A1. We appreciate you, Brody.
Appreciate you all. I was muted. I'm sorry about that. And it's a queen. Are you ready to share your screen?
Yes, I am. And again, thank you for having me and let me have this conversation here. Big shout out to you and your platform. Everybody in the comments, what's up, y'all? And yeah, I'm ready. Let me share right now.
Oh, I got it.
Let me know if y'all see me. Y'all see me?
We see you. Slide number one. What is evolution?
Okay. So, what is evolution, right? So, evolution is the process by which living things change over time. It explains how species are related, how they adapt to their environment, and how new species come to be. And this is observed by different lenses, right? So, we have the code or the molecular level. At this level, evolution is the change in alleles within a gene pool over time. From eye color to the shape of a leaf, every trait is powered by these genes. If a version of the gene allele, sorry, become more or less common in a group of organisms from one generation to the next, that is how evolution has been occurred. Like evolution is occurring at this moment when you see these traits constantly getting passed on to the next generation. Or if a gene is no longer passed on to the next generation, both of those things show evolution. The how. Evolution is not a force, it's a result of specific processes. We have natural selection, traits that are best suited for the environment or are more likely to survive and reproduce. Mutations, changes, or mutations in DNA that introduce brand new traits into populations. We have genetic drift, random chance events like natural disasters that wipe out some individuals and leave others, changing the gene pool regardless of how fit you are. Gene flow, when individuals move between populations, bringing new unique genes. So all of these things are encompassed in evolution. So you can't only speak to the natural selection without speaking to the mutation that natural selection gives it space for. Because during the natural selection, you are creating new genes. And that's the same for genetic drift and gene flow. The pattern. Evolution explains the common ancestor or ancestry of all life. In the macro view, if you go back far enough, you will find that every living thing has a common ancestor. Um, Literally, we call it Luca, the the last universal common ancestor. It's a single cellular organism that we traced all our DNA back to. Um, So, and also when it comes to a pattern, and this is me just on the sidebar real quick. When it comes to this pattern, we do see this pattern happening over and over again from the macro in the universe when you see the Big Bang happen, which I don't touch on in this presentation, but we're going to save it for part two, to human evolution, these cycles that keeps on happening within that deals with our structure and the life structures of other animals, but we'll get further into that. Let's talk about what evolution is not, right? Evolution is not. Individuals do not evolve. Animals cannot change its genetic code in its own lifetime. Evolution is a genetic shift in a population over time. So a lot of the times I'm having these conversations and people want to pinpoint the exact person or thing that created this change, when in all reality you don't get a new species until that those species are able to reproduce with each other and nothing else. For example, right now there is a new development transitional species of wolf happening in the northeastern America. It's called the koi wolf. If anybody has time, just Google it on your own time. And the koi wolf is a crossbreed between the wolf, the coyote, and the domestic dog. And what's making it a transitional species is the fact that koi wolves can reproduce with either another coyote, another wolf, or another dog and produce children. But they also can reproduce with each other to produce children. Once those koi wolves are dependent on reproducing with each other instead of reproducing with the species that came before it, it will then be classified as a new species because of how it reproduces and its population. And by the time that happens, we'll probably have a new name for it. So I just wanted to throw that out there just for a real time visual of how this happens, because we're going to get into transitional species later. The origin of life. Evolution does not detail the origin of life. That would be abiogenesis. Evolution talks about the changes to life that's already living. So the life that's already out here, we're basically studying how that life diversified over the time. What abiogenesis does talks about how that life came to be. How did we go from chemicals to and molecules to actual life, cellular to multicellular beings? Evolution is not a ladder of success. It does not move toward perfection or complexity. It's about suitability to the environment, not superiority. So, for example, mole rats, they used to be able to see before they lost their vision underground. Them losing their vision underground did not hinder their their ability to survive their environment. It actually pushed it forward because they are now in dark environments. Their eyes aren't needed as much. It would actually take more brain power to keep their eyes than it would be to get rid of it because they don't even use it. So one thing we know about traits, if you don't use it, you lose it. Let's move forward. So, survival of the fittest was not a Darwin's phrase. I know some of you know this, but for the people in the back, that famous phrase came from a philosopher, Herbert Spencer, who was a known racist. It is. Darwin later adopted it in later editions of his book because it was a simpler way to describe natural selection. But the phrase causes confusion because people think fittest means strongest. In evolution, fittest simply means best adapted to the environment. For example, bacteria resistant to antibiotics, insects resistant to pesticides. There sometimes the smallest, weakest organisms still wins the evolutionary race because evolution is about your legacy, reproducing and adapting to one's environment. Evolution can be both random and structured. The random parts of evolution, genetic mutations, genetic recombination during reproduction, these create variations in populations. But the structured would be natural selection. The environment consistently favors traits that increase survival or reproduction, causing those traits to spread over generations. So basically, the natural selection, how we choose our mates, is very structured. There's things that we are attracted to that we're looking for to give to our our children, our babies, right? You want the smartest man or woman, the strongest man or woman, the one that has the best temperament for the occasion to be able to survive. Evolution does not mean progress. Evolution is not a ladder, like I said before. It's more like branches in a tree. Darwin literally sketched the tree of life in his notes. Humans are not the final stage of evolution. We are simply one branch amongst millions. Humans did not evolve from monkeys. Humans and monkeys share a common ancestor. The relationship looks more like cousins on a family tree and very distant cousins when it comes to, monkeys. They would be like your 15th to 20th cousin. They're nowhere near your first and second cousins. Modern evidence from genetics supports Darwin's prediction. For example, humans shares 98 to 99% of DNA with chimpanzees. Darwin predicted this type of relationship long before DNA was even discovered. So let's go into law versus theory because this is going to be very important moving forward because we have some misconceptions on what these words mean. And scientifically, a scientific theory is different from a regular theory, right? So let's start with scientific law. Scientific law is the what that's happening. It describes what always happens under certain conditions. It shows patterns in nature and is often backed by math or consistent observation. For example, the law of natural selection. Do you see how evolution has laws in it? It tells us that organisms with traits better suited to their environment are more likely to survive and reproduce. It doesn't explain all the details of the how new species evolve. It just shows what reliably happens in nature. Scientific theory is the why and the how something happens. In science, a theory is backed by tons of evidence, testing, and peer review. Example, the theory of evolution explains how life changes over time through the law of natural selection, there it goes again, through natural selection, mutation, genetic drift, etc. It connects fossil records, genetics, anatomy, embryology to explain how species evolve and diversify. Other examples, would be cell theory, germ theory, Big Bang theory. So just to have that one more time, the law, scientific law, is the what. What's happening? Scientific theory is the why and the how it's happening. And together, they're able to paint a picture of what, why, and how something is going to happen. Thoughts of evolution before Darwin. This is very important because Darwin isn't the first person who thought of evolution. George Louis Leclerc, and be very clear, I'm probably going to mess up some of these names moving forward. Proposed species could change over time due to environment, though he still leaned on the divine creator. Um, Erasmus Darwin, which is Darwin's grandfather, wrote about evolution in Zoonomia and poetry, hinting at a common descent and adaptation. Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, famous for the theory of inheritance of acquired characteristics. He used the wrong mechanism, but the idea that species changed was a cemented idea that we use to move forward. And you'll see that a lot going on in science where one scientist will have an idea that doesn't fully go through, but another scientist will take some of that work and create something from that nothing. I mean, from that, idea. Um, Georges Cuvier opposed evolution, promoted catastrophism, species wiped out by floods, volcanoes, replaced by new creations. Ironically, his fossil work helped prove species do go extinct, right? So even though he's talking about a divine creator, he was able to give to the science community extinction, which is a very big topic when it comes to the next step up. Like if dinosaurs didn't never went extinct, mammals would not look the way that mammals look today. That means us. James Hutton, geologist who developed uniformitarianism. The earth is shaped by slow processes over immense time. This gave Darwin the deep times he needed for natural selection to make sense. Alfred Russel Wallace co-discovered natural selection independently while studying in the Malay archipelago, right? And this is another thing about a universal truth or an understanding that comes to be, right? It doesn't just take one mind. People can come up with thought, these observations, and come up with evolution on their own. Before Darwin even wrote his book, somebody else was already working on natural selection because you can observe this stuff. Ancient evolutionary thought. Anaximander from 1610 to 546 BCE, a Greek philosopher who suggested life arose from water and humans evolved from fish like creatures. Aristotle, 384 to 322 BCE, believed in a great chain of being, a fixed hierarchy of life, not evolution, but the foundation for later debates. Right? So we have all of these people out here that are observing what's going on in nature and coming up with their own version of what we would use to come up with what evolution is. So let's get into it, right? Let's start with abiogenesis. I know I said abiogenesis is not technically a part of evolution, but we're going to step into it a little bit because it does talk about, just our life cycle, right? So, excuse me. Abiogenesis, the origin of life. Abiogenesis refers to the process by which life arose naturally from non living matter. It proposes that simple molecules, under the right conditions, combine to form complex organic compounds and eventually self replicating creatures. The Miller-Urey experiment of 1952 supported this idea by simulating early Earth conditions using water to mimic ancient oceans, methane, ammonia, hydrogen representing Earth's atmosphere, and electrical sparks to simulate lightning. The experiment produced amino acids, the building blocks of life. This demonstrated that organic molecules could form naturally under prebiotic conditions, providing the foundation for life. John Sutherland's experiment in 2009, University of Manchester, United Kingdom. Sutherland and his team successfully created a nucleotide using natural Earth like conditions. They started with simple chemicals like hydrogen cyanide, formaldehyde, and phosphate, stuff what you can find on early Earth. By gently warming and drying the mixture, they made a full RNA nucleotide, specifically cytidine, part of the RNA alphabet. This was a huge breakthrough that at least some RNA parts could form naturally, no lab needed. And it's a big push forward for how we're understanding abiogenesis because of the idea that you need something to kickstart the life instead of letting things naturally happen. We have more. Sutherland's follow up studies from 2015 to 2020s. His team also created other RNA bases like adenine, the I stuck with this, uracil, ribose sugar, and even completed RNA chains under prebiotic early Earth conditions. So basically, they're literally creating RNA inside of labs naturally, which also lends a hand to the RNA DNA hypothesis that is out there. We're talking about how, you know, in early Earth, these molecules, these proteins, these sugar bases, all of these things came together naturally to start creating the first single cell organisms.
Hey, Issa, can you put it in full screen mode?
Yeah. Are you having trouble seeing it? Let me see. Give me 1 second.
Somebody messaged me from their phone and asked me. I think you go to slideshow. It's either slideshow or view. It's one of the two. Yeah, it is. And then click from current slide. It's the second button. Yep.
There you
There
go.
you go. Appreciate you.
Is that better? I'm sorry, y'all. If
Way
y'all have a
better.
problem, because I don't see y'all. Okay, just let me know.
Appreciate you.
Stop me
Yeah,
at any
that's
time.
perfect, sis. That's perfect.
And
Okay,
I'm about to
perfect.
adjust some things. Hold on 1 second before you get started. Give me
Sure.
like 30 seconds. I want to move this around. I'm sorry to interrupt you like that. Let me just
No,
make
do
this
your
a
thing,
little
because I can't
bigger.
see you
You're
guys.
doing a great job, Sister Issa Queen. You're doing a great job, sis.
Yes, you are doing amazing. I'm learning a lot over here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people needed an abiogenesis intro because they see we talk about it a lot, but they really don't know what it is. People have been asking me, so I'm glad you did this. Start sending them this link.
Perfect. And listen, if y'all got any questions about abiogenesis, I got more slides on it on a different one, so we can have that in the discussion afterwards. If anybody had any more questions.
And
And
back
I'm
to
pretty
you.
sure the brothers is up here could also add it as well. Back to me?
Back to you. Whenever you're
Okay.
ready. Okay.
So where do amino acids come from? So one of the theories that I like to go with is the deep sea hydrothermal vents. Be clear, there's other theories out there. These are the theories that I like to go with, right? That we're getting a little selfish from my presentation right now. The next couple of slides is how I come to the understanding of abiogenesis. But yes, everybody can come up and speak to how they come to their understanding as well. So Earth's seafloor had hydrothermal vents which spewed hot mineral-rich water into the ocean. These vents provided chemical energy from hydrogen sulfide and iron compounds. That could have sparked the formation of amino acids and simple life building molecules. Even today, weird life forms live near these vents, suggesting they could have been Earth's first biological hotspots. Lithopanspermia. I know a lot of people heard of panspermia. I prefer this one, right? Lithopanspermia is the idea that life or the building blocks of life can travel between planets inside of rocks. The litho meaning stone, panspermia meaning seeds everywhere. It literally means life seeds carried by rocks. We know about, oh, hold on, did I skip? No, okay. We know about lithospermia because we still see the remnants of it from meteorites like Murchison meteorite contains amino acids. Some microbes, like tardigrades and certain bacteria, can survive vacuum of space, radiation, freezing temperatures. Um, Meteorites from Mars have been found on Earth. Planet to planet, rock transfer is a reality. We've also found organic compounds found on in interstellar clouds, and water is common across the atmosphere, across the galaxy. So we have information that can say that lithospermia happened, and I also feel like the hydrothermal vents as well plays a part in it. And people like to do this, is it panspermia or is it the hydrothermal vents? But I like to think that it was both. Why can't it be both? Why can't the hydrothermal vents be doing what it's doing at the same time as new organisms from space is hitting our planet from all of these meteor showers and meteorites? You just never know. So, yeah, so that's how I feel about that. So, from then, we're going to move on to what complex life is. And complex life is the presence of a membrane bound nucleus, an internal organelle that allows for higher levels of cellular organization, compartmentalization, and energy efficiency. First forms of complex life: eukaryotes, organisms with cells that contain a nucleus and membrane bound organelles. Mitochondria, ladies, that's us, right? This is where we come into play. This includes all plants, animals, fungi, and protists. Prokaryotes, single cell organisms that lack a nucleus and complex organelles, like bacteria and archaea. So here I have a evolutionary timeline from prokaryotes to complex life, and I have it categorized by the year, the period and era, dominant life form, key evolutionary events, and a quick little note for each one. So the Hadean was about 4.2 to 3.8 billion years ago. I left out the two. Sorry, y'all. Hadean to the early Archean. Prokaryotes is the dominant life form, bacteria and archaea, first cells from abiogenesis. There's no oxygen yet on this planet. 3.5 billion years ago, we have Archean, the cyanobacteria, the cyanobacteria. Oxygenic photosynthesis begins, creates the great oxidation event later, right? And we're going to talk about that in probably part two if, A1 allows me. 2.4 billion years ago, the Proterozoic era. Prokaryotes dominate, and would be the great oxidation event. And this event, um, many organism goes extinct due to oxygen toxicity at this point. 2.0 to 1.6 billion years ago, we have the first eukaryotic cells, endosymbiosis, ancient archaeon and bacteria merge, gives rise to the nucleus, the mitochondria, and the chloroplast. 1.6 billion years ago, we had the Proterozoic. Sorry, I thought my son was choking. Um, Single cell eukaryotes, sexual reproduction evolves, increases genetic diversity. 900 to 600 million years ago, we have the Proterozoic, simple multicellular eukaryotes, first multicellularity, sponges and algae appear. 500 million years ago, the Cambrian, diverse marine animals. This is what we would call the Cambrian explosion. Huge diversification. We have the Ordovician from 485 to 444 million years ago. Marine invertebrates, first jawless fish is in this area, in this time zone. And the first mass extinction linked to the ice age and sea level drops. The Devonian, this is the land, this is the era of the fish, right? The first amphibians show up here. Plants spread on land. This, and I want to be clear that all of these years that I was speaking about before we get to the Devonian, there was no plants on land. No land. There was no land animals. We are only in the sea. So from 4.0 billion years to 419 million years ago, right? There's literally nothing going on land. I'll continue. We have 252 million years ago, the Permian, largest mass extinction, the Great Dying. 90% of all species was wiped out. That's including plants, land animals, and sea animals. Gone. But it did leave rise to the dinosaurs. And remember when I said before that extinctions are a vital part of our evolutionary journey, because every time an extinction happens, it leaves space for a new domination. And you see that over and over and over again with the fish dominating, and then the mass extinction, and then you get the era of the amphibians. Then you go into the reptiles, largest mass extinction, and then here comes the dinosaurs. After the dinosaurs, we have the asteroid impact, the extinction of all dinosaurs except for the avian dinosaurs. And do you know what the avian dinosaurs are? Birds. Because birds are dinosaurs, people. We still live with them. They didn't fall into extinct. At this time period, after the dinosaurs, after their mass extinction, this is where you see the rise of the mammals. This is where mammals, us, we start to diversify afterwards, right? And then we have the present. We are in the Holocene, human and modern species. Anthropocene changes, mass biodiversity loss driven by humans, right? So not only do we have the the last the last glacial period, because we're still technically in the ice age. So we have the last glacial period happening, and this is where our ice age animals come from: the woolly mammoths, the saber-toothed tigers, all of those things that Ice Age, the Pixar movie, tells us about, right? You have that all in this time period, living amongst us before we killed them all, because humans are mass murderers, if you didn't know. So, with all of that being said, with all of that being said, I'm gonna kind of backtrack a little bit, right? So we went through the timeline of how we classify time by era and period. We talked about the animals that was in each area and period. But now I'm gonna switch gears a little bit back to the cells, right? Because I'm going to make a larger point. Just wait on it. So single cells, right? This is how we first see life happening, the most simplest versions of life. Independent, free living organisms, flexibility, survive. They can survive pretty much anywhere. Bacteria, simpler archaea, right? Then we have loose colonies, cells that sometimes cluster but still act independently. So this will be your biofilms, things like that, right? Um, it's safety, basically safety in numbers, better for feeding. Then you have stuck together colonies. Cells adhere after divisions, forming groups. Larger size, predator defense. This is like your green algae. Asgard cells. And please pay attention to the Asgard cells, right? This is a new discovery, maybe no more than 10 years ago. Um, they discovered the Asgard cells is one of the branches between the prokaryotes and the eukaryotes. What are Asgard cells? They are complex archaea with eukaryote like genes, actin, and membrane shaping. Pre adapted for complex cells, could engulf other microbes. And we're not going to all the way butcher this word, but Loki archaeota and the Thoro archaeota, right? And it's a fancy way of saying, like, yes, they are, naming these after the Norse mythology. But besides that, it literally tells us a little bit more of information of how simple celled organisms, how unicellular organisms become multicellular organism by the way they're able to engulf other microbes and make it work for them in their likeness. So after that, we have the first eukaryotes. Um, uh, Basically, this is where the mitochondria comes into play. Nucleus and organelles, energy boost, complexity, um, amoebas and algae, right? Communication and cooperation, cell signal and coordinate, efficiency in groups. This is where slime molds come from. Division of labors. Cells specialize in different movements, feedings, and reproductions for higher efficiency, complexity. That's the volvox, the simple algae. Genetic regulation for differentiation. Genes direct cell fates, right? Tissues form. True multicellularity. Sponges. This is where we get the sponges from. And then the true multicellularity. Cells interdependent form organs and systems. Complex life, specialization. These are the animals, the plants, the fungi. Now, I know y'all asking, why did I read all of this, right? I know it was a bunch of information that has to do with a lot of, microorganisms that we don't really care about. Why did we need all of this, right? It's to then talk about what systems come from these early cells and how we still use them today, right? So, our reproductive system, it comes from the single celled organisms like bacteria that learned how to copy itself to reproduce itself. The nervous system, coming from jellyfish and flatworms, tiny nerve tubes forms, future brain and spine. Digestive system, like flatworms, right? Baby forms a tube from mouth to the bottom, which I like to be funny and talk about how we grow the buds for our anus before we grow the buds for our mouths. So literally humans talk shit before they even start talking. It's hilarious. Circulatory system, we get that from early fish. That's where our heart beats in week 4 to 5. Blood and oxygen flow from fish and amphibians. Week 5 to 6, heart has chambers like a fish heart. If somebody needs to say something,
The purple just came up. She muted up.
oh, okay, sorry. So gills or pharyngeal slits, right? Do we get this from fish? Baby has gill-like structures in its neck. Limb development from amphibians, like early frogs. Baby grows arms and leg buds. Lungs and bones from reptiles. Week 8, lungs form, tailbone form appears, ribs harden. Hair and brain growth from our mammal and primate ancestors. And this is in the last stages of um, development. And according to evolution, literally, this framework is how they structure how we evolved in life. If you've been paying attention, I started off with the single cells, right? And then I went to a more simpler form of life where we're going. That's where the jellyfish and the worms are coming from. We spoke about the early fish and where they started to develop. We spoke about the amphibians, what they started to develop. They are developing on the macro scale at the same rate we are developing on the micro scale in our mother's wombs. That's not a coincidence, people. It's not. I'm going to drive it home one more time. Here are our embryos. In this first line, you have fish. This first column right here, you have fish. But look at this first across, right? Going across from left to right. What differences are we really seeing here? Very slight differences from the fish to the salamander, to the tortoise, to the chick, to the rabbit, to the person, the man. All have tailbones, all have these gill slits, right? Same thing going in the next stage. The fish, right, doesn't start growing those limbs, but guess who does? The salamander, the tortoise, the chick, the rabbit, the person. And you see this go into the entirety of our gestation stage. Just us basically transforming into what we will be from this very simple single cell organisms, an egg and a sperm. So just to restate, the fertilized eggs or the zygotes would be best equated to single cell life, the earliest prokaryotes and eukaryotes single cell that have self-contained instructions. The blastula, the ball of cells that happens in day 4 to 5. The colonial single cell organism. Remember what I was talking about, how some cells used to come together to work together, but not yet specialized. The gastrula, germ layers, simple multicellular animals, layers, and ectoderm, mesoderm, endoderm, like early jellyfish and worms, neural tube and somites, early chordates, right? Your chordate is just a fancy way of saying spinal cord. Your backbone, precursor, nerve cord, like primitive fish and ancestors. The pharyngeal arches or gill slits comes from those fish and amphibian ancestors. The tail and limb buds from the early tetrapods, tails and fin like buds. Tails later shrink to the coccyx in humans. Reptilian stage features, the amniotes. And this is what's very important when we get to the reptilians, and why I feel as though we are obsessed with talking about the reptilian brain. Besides the fact that our, survival techniques happen there, but in the female form of these reptilians, this is the final stage of to break away from the ocean. Once the reptiles learned how to, and I'm talking, and this is the male and female together, right? Because we get genetic diversity from the male. Once that egg has been created, we were no longer tied to the ocean. If you look at frogs, they have to live near water because their eggs cannot survive outside of it. The reptiles figured out how to bring the ocean to our wombs and were able to spread across the entirety of the earth. You find reptiles everywhere but Antarctica, the cold places, obviously. But for the most part, reptiles broke the code and that last stage of connection to the ocean. So big ups to them. And then we have mammalian stage features with the early mammals. Hair begins forming, memory glands, development genes active. Primate like stage from month 3 to 5. Primates, we have the larger brain development, forward facing eyes, grasp reflex. And human specific features dominate from month 6 to 9. Modern Homo sapiens, brain growth, fine motor preparation, vocal structures adapted for speech. So this is your entire gestation in the womb, basically replaying evolution in real time. Another quick thing about reptiles that we share with reptiles, right? Our ear bones used to be the jaws of the reptiles. So the middle ear has 3 bones: the malleus, the hammer, the incus, the anvil, and stepes, the stirrup. One bone state the in reptiles, one bone state, which is the stapes, also called the columella in reptiles, birds, and amphibians. The origin of these bones. The malleus and the incus evolved from the reptile jawbone. Articular goes to the malleus and the quadrate to the incus. The stapes is inherited from earlier tetrapods. The stapes or the columella came from the hyomandibular of the fish. Articular and the quadrates still function as jaw joints. So these animals still have these bones in their structure. We just repurposed ours. So the jaw joints, the dentary, lower jaw bones, connect directly to the skull's. Um, I'm sorry for this word, squamosal bone. Articular or the lower connects to the quadrate upper. This was the old jaw joint that became ear bones in mammals. Now the function. This transmits sound vibration from the eardrum to the inner ear with high sensitivity, especially for high frequencies. In reptiles, it transmits sound, but less sensitive to high frequency. Jawbone still mostly used for biting and chewing. So the bones do create sound inside of the reptile. It's just more complex when you get to us. Genes we share. So these are genes that we share with the entirety of the planet, besides the plants, because we're just talking about movable, our entire animals, right? So the NKX2 through 5 gene, 2-5 gene, I'm sorry, is for heart development. You find that in humans and chickens and alligators and frogs and sharks. The PAX6 gene you find for eye development in lions, eagles, green sea turtles, axolotls, and goldfish. Mind you, everything on this list, all these animals on this list share all of these genes. So just because I'm not saying human no more doesn't mean that humans don't still have these genes. The hoax gene, the body plan layout. This is how we find our body. This is how we get our body plans. The elephants, penguins, from Komodo dragons, all of these have these shared genes. The SHH, or commonly known as the Sonic the Hedgehog gene. This is the limb and organ development. And the BMP4 for bone and tissue formation. Every animal on this planet shares these same genes. How can we not be related to each other? So let's talk about animal classification, right? So this animal classification, it's a chart used in taxonomy to identify, name, and organize organisms based on shared genetic, physical, and evolutionary characteristics. It organizes species from broadest to most specific levels. So we start with the domain. Broadest category of life, it separates living things based on cell structure, bacteria, archaea, and eukarya. Kingdom separates life based on how an organism feed, function, and grow. The phylum organizes organisms by major body structure. Class, similar body plan, similar internal structure, and shared evolutionary history. Order, large group based on many shared traits. Superfamily, group of families with deep evolutionary ties. Family, more specific split. Subfamily, splits inside of the family. Tribe, more specific splits. Genus, closely related species. And species is the individual type. So let's, ooh, give me one sec. Oh. So let's talk about these comparative genetics, right? Don't worry, put a pin in the animal classification real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. So the comparative genetics, what it does, scientists compare the DNA of different species. What it proves, all living things share genetic material. The more closely related two species are, the more similar their DNA is. Humans share 98.8% of DNA with chimpanzees. Practices used. We use genome sequences, the CRISPR, and the molecular clocks, right? So chimpanzees have the smart social use of tools, strong families, very close related relatives like cousins. Amphibians give spines, lungs, some genes for body structure. Distant relatives. Plants needs energy, grow from DNA, and share cell structures. We shared cell structure, example, the nucleus and the mitochondria. And this is a quick little picture of the human arm all the way on the left with the humerus, the ulna, the radius, the carpal, and the phalanges, right? And you see this same structure happen in the lizard. Same structure happen in the cat, in the whale, in the bat, in the frog, in the bird. All the same. So we have some transitional species, because a lot of the times people like to know how are we getting from one species to the next? How is this happening? And we like to think of evolution as something that is linear, but it's very complex, right? So I am going to be terrible with these names. So please forgive me ahead of time, because I'm looking at the first one and I can't pronounce it. So Euthynoproteron, which is in the late Devonian, 385 million years ago. It's a fish with limbs like fin bones, like the humerus, radius, the ulnus, and the ulna precursors. Tiktaalik in the late Devonians. This is a fishapod. Had the neck, the wrist, the lungs, plus gills. So this Tiktaalik had lungs and gills. The Acanthostega, also from the late Devonian, limbs with digits, but still mostly aquatic. And Ichthyostega, strong limbs, partial land movement. From amphibians to reptiles, we have the Samoria, early Permian, amphibian body but reptile-like skeleton. The Hylonomus from the late Carboniferous has the first true reptile with the amniotic egg, no water needed. We have the Demetrodon, and this is going from reptiles to mammals. And this had a reptile-like but mammal skull opening, temporal fenestres. So basically, in the temporal lobe, it had the openings. The Threnexodon, possible fur, warm-blooded, but had warm-blooded traits. The Cynognethus, the teeth differentiation, the incisors and the canines. The Morganucodon, the true mammalian jaw plus the ear bone forming. So from early mammals to modern mammals, we have the Hadrocodium from the early Jurassic. And when people say that, humans were around during the dinosaurs, I envision these things. Let me be very honest. I envision these very small mammals that we think that are humans. The Juramea, the late Jurassic. They have the early placental lineage right here. This is where we get our placentas. And the Eomea from the early Cretaceous, early ancestors of modern placental mammals. So now let's classify the human. How will we classify us? Well, our domain would be Eukarya. Our kingdom would be Animalia. Our phylum would be Chordata. So basically, we have nucleus in our cells along with the mitochondria. We are animals and we have a spinal cord. That's what those three words said. Class Mammalia means that we are mammals. We have mammary glands. We have placentas. We have hair. And we have hair. Primates, right? Primates is basically saying that we have forward-facing eyes, larger brains. Forward-facing eyes, larger brains, flat nails. We no longer have the claws. We have our hair. And this would include prosimians, monkeys, both old and new monkeys, lesser apes, great apes, all of these, the plethora of primates, right? And then we go into the superfamily, which are apes. Apes have no tails, bigger brains, stronger shoulders, includes humans, chimps, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans. These are both greater and lesser apes. The family would be the great apes. We would be the hominidae. Um, yeah, family is the great apes. Subfamily is the homininae. The tribe is the homininae, right? And this is basically saying that homininae is basically saying we're bipedal. We have genetic changes and adaptations in our skeletal and muscular systems. This includes the humans, the chimps, the gorillas, and the bonobos. The tribe, the homininae, is also supported by bipedalism, by skeletal adaptations like the S-shaped spine. This is when we start to see the way our spines look. Larger brain relative to body size, smaller canine teeth, flatter faces, development of tool use, complex social structures. The genus would be Homo. Homo stands for human. And we're going to see a little bit later that how many different things classified as human. And the species we are Homo sapiens. So here is this chart, right? And I started it all the way back to Sahelanthropus and Sahelanthropus to Tencondensis. And I started here because this is where our, so far, according to the information that we have so far, this is where the split happens between the ancestors of the chimpanzees and the ancestors of us, right? Because at this time of Sahelanthropus, and this is a big misnomer that people, a big mistake that people keep on making, they think that when we're talking about the split, that chimpanzees are walking around 7 million years ago. And no, you can't think of it that way, right? We got to think of it as the ancestor of the chimpanzee is walking around that time, with the ancestor of us walking around that time. And they walked in two different directions, and here we are today, right? We have Ardipithecus in the green, which is they theorize that in this stage in Ardipithecus is where we had the most hip mutations to create the passageway for our babies, right? Because with the growing size of our brains also meant growing size of our skulls. And our skulls got so big that females were dying in childbirth because we couldn't support that type of head size in our gestation. What happens is that premature babies started to make it. Having premature babies at this time period saves the female's life and saved the legacy of human beings learning how to do these things. And I stress that so much because so many times, at least I run into people that like to take away the sexuality of a woman, or or tell them how they need to be in their sexual space, not even understanding that in our evolutionary journey, a lot of it happened in our vaginas. We had to find ways to do things with our vaginas. We are very sexual creatures, if not more than the men just spreading their seeds, right? As people, as animals, as humans, we are sexual creatures. We are a part of the reproductive movement. And taking that away from the woman was one of the most egregious things that we can do. So I am in full support of going back to honoring our fertility goddesses, but that's a side conversation. Back to what we were talking about. Australopithecus. This is where we find Lucy, Australopithecus. And I want y'all to notice how many different Australopithecus there are, right? We have Edamensis, we have Afarensis, we have Africanus, and we have Garhi. And when people ask me, well, where is the, common ancestor for the human being? This is why it's so hard to find, because we're trying to think of it as linear when in all reality, look how these colors overlap with each other. We're learning, we're communicating, we're mating with, we're understanding with a plethora of different animals, different versions of us. And this is why it's hard to find. This is why you'll find Ardipithecus, right, or Australopithecus with the arms and shoulders of a tree dweller, but the pelvic bone of a modern human. That is your transitional species when you are looking for them. That's it, right? Because you see how we have the ability to still be in trees, still walk upright, and still give birth to these new brained babies to further our line. And you constantly see this within our species. So just to move forward, we have Paranthropus, and then we have Homo, the Homo genus, right? And in the Homo genus, we have Homo rhodophensis, we have Homo erectus, and Homo erectus is literally the longest living human ever. We have not even touched a piece of how long Homo erectus has been around. We have Homo habilis, we have Homo ergaster, Homo heidelbergensis, which is theorized to be the predecessor of both of Homo neanderthalis, Homo sapien, and Homo denisovan. We have Homo naledi, we have Homo antecessor, and we have Homo floresiensis. Just to keep it moving. So here we have a gorilla on the far left. We have a human woman and we have the gorilla, right? And if you look at our spines, let's start with our spines. It starts with the cervical vertebrae, the thoracic vertebrae, the lumbar vertebrae, the ilium, the sacrum, the ischium, the pubis, the femur, right? And it's the exact same thing on this gorilla. Cervical, thoracic, lumbar, ilium, sacrum, ischium, pubis, femur. Exact same thing. The gorilla pelvis, look how it's narrower right here compared to us as more of an oval to fit our big head babies. This is on the right. This is Sahelanthropus on the right, right? You see the long arms for tree dwelling, the broad shoulders, but then also the spine. Well, also on this, the picture to the left, Sahelanthropus, if you can see where the spine touches the skull, it's in the same spot as where our spine touches our skulls. And you can see the evolutionary journey of the movement of this hole. I need to find the actual name of it. I'm sorry, y'all. But the hole that's in our that connects our spines to our heads. So here is some archaeological evidence to what we've been finding. So Sahelanthropus tucanensis, scientists Michael Brunet, the Lord, Jedomalbe Ahunta, Hassan Tayaso Maki, and Endosa Likayas. Guess what, people? These is black folks. Yes, there are black people who believe in evolution and who are paleontologists who are doing the studies. And they discovered the skull indicating early upright posture, dated 2001 in Nature magazine, 2002, in the location of Chad, and the connection to humans, one of the closest fossils to the human chip divergent 6 to 7 million years ago. Ardipithecus ramidus, Tim White and Dr. Brahad Aswald, another black man. Woodland biped with grasping feet. This is a 1994 finding in Ethiopia, early stage after the split, 4.4 million years ago. Australopithecus anamensis, Meve leaky, and even though white people, but so what? Leakey has been very instrumental in this evolutionary information. Earliest Australopithecus fossils found in 1995, Kenya and Ethiopian, leads towards later Australopithecines. Australopithecus garhi, found by Dr. Brahane Asfal. Cut marked bones, tool use evidence in 1999 in Ethiopia. Behavior evolving early. So he's talking about the tool use of cutting. Just the idea of making tools is revolutionary. Australopithecus sediba, Lee Berger, Mosaic Anatomy, Primitive and Human-like, and 2008 founding in South Africa. Possible Homo ancestor, but it is being debated. Australopithecus, and when they mean by Homo ancestor, right? What they're looking for is a direct line between Australopithecus and Homo sapien. So that's where it's being debated instead of just the understanding that they're all contributing. Australopithecus and Australopithecus diaramida by Johannes Hale Selassie found the jaw and the Bertelli foot. So there was a footprint found, and they couldn't figure out who made this footprint. That was about 3 to 4 million years old. And Dr. Johannes Hale Selassie found the possible hominid that made that footprint. And it confirms the coexistence of different species. So here we have a Homo erectus right here and some of the tools that they had. Mind you, this is a reconstruction. Paranthropus robustus, found by Palisa P. Madupe, and the discovery of protein sequencing, and enamel proteomics. I'm sorry. And this is 2025 Science magazine. And this was created in South Africa, and it shows the genetic diversity. So I had to kind of squeeze in what this woman did, right? And I have a slide specifically talking about these sciences. So just give me a second. Paranthropus boise they found a robust skull, and it showed heavy chewing. This was in 1959 in Tanzania. The dietary specialization evolution, but it became an evolutionary dead end, meaning that they didn't find any lineage from this particular species. This is another Homo. This is Homo erectus, and one of the tools. And you see how they have the flat tools, because we can also classify who was who based on how they made their tools. So you see how this one is long and slender, and then the ones up here are short and stubbled. But either way, you can see the chip prints, meaning that these are made purposely to look this way. These are not just regular rocks. Okay, so this is a side-by-side of Neanderthal and a modern Homo sapien. And you can see the rib cage is a little bit wider, the bones is a little bit more robust, but they still have that opening in the pelvic area for their baby to align with the bigger cranial for the giving birth to these babies. But anatomically, we're just taller. Like literally, we are looking the same out here. So the early Homo erectus, Eugene Dubois, another Berhane Asphalt, he's out here. Java Man and African fossils from 1891 to 2002. We're still finding Homo erectus because Homo erectus, excuse me, Homo erectus was the first to venture out. Um, we find them in Indonesia, all the way to Ethiopia. First species to leave Africa. Homo heidelbergensis by Otto Skotinsak. Sure. We found a jaw in 1907 in Germany, ancestor to Neanderthals and sapiens. So this is Homo heidelbergensis, and this thing right here is a spear. This is the oldest spear ever found, and it was made by Homo heidelbergensis. So projectile weapons isn't even just a Homo sapien thing. This is something that we have inherited, along with fire from Homo. Homo erectus. So a lot of the things are being inherited from these archaic human beings. And here is another Homo erectus and some more of those flat stone tools that I was talking about. And now we go to modern humans. Homo sapien ideltu, found by Berhane Asphalt and Tim White in the Herto fossils in 2003, Ethiopia. This is a transitional modern human. Homo sapiens, global scientific community, right? Everybody has discovered a Homo sapien because we are that. And we have been finding our fossils for the last 300,000 years, Africa, throughout the world of modern humans. So the connection between Neanderthals, Denisovans, and sapiens, right? Key similarities. All had large brains from 1200 to 1600 cc's, though Neanderthals had even larger brains on average. But larger brains doesn't mean more brain activity. We're looking for folds, right? So they all made tools, they all used fires, and they may have engaged in symbolic behavior like burials, art, and ornamentation. All shared a common ancestor, likely Homo heidelbergensis, 600,000 years ago. So we all three share the FOXP2 gene, which is for speech and language, even though inside of the Homo sapien, the modern Homo sapien is more profound. But this gene is important for vocalization. Humans have a slightly different expression pattern. We have a different expression pattern. MC1R, Neanderthals plus Denisovans, that is the skin and hair pigmentation. Some Neanderthals may have had red hair and lighter skin, but a lot of Neanderthals were black people. A lot of them, they range in colors. Neanderthals are not just pale white people. They are black ones too. The EPAS1, the oxygen regulation, Denisovans, and modern Tibetans. These Denisovans literally helped a lot of our Asian brothers and sisters survive in those harsh climates. Survive in high altitudes. Humans inherited this gene from the Denisovans. Immune system genes, the HLA. Neanderthals plus modern humans shared via interbreeding. strengthen our immunity to Eurasian pathogens, and the HAR1, unique to Homo sapiens, brain development, evolved rapidly in humans, not found in the same form in Neanderthals, and Neanderthals absent in modern humans. Um, the genes are specifically missing, likely selected against, right? Because some of the traits we don't need anymore. But another thing that I wanted to say was that African people that never left usually didn't acquire these Neanderthal traits. But being that we're about, I don't know, millions of years later, we have interbred enough for all of us to have these traits in us, right? I'm pretty sure somebody has somebody of European descent in their background. Say hello to Denisovans. If you are claiming to be a Native American, you have Denisovan. If you have European in your ancestry, you have Neanderthal. So there's that. And if you're African, you have all those other ones that we were talking about. Ain't nobody exempt from this. So so this is Dr. Johannes Hale Selassie, paleoanthropologist who studies early human evolution, identified Australopithecus dioramator. He linked the Bertil foot to a distinct hominin species, proved multiple human ancestors coexisted 3.4 million years ago. Human evolution is not a straight line. It's a branching process with multiple species existing at the same time. This was one of his quotes that I got from Science Magazine. Dr. Berhane Asfar, another black man, paleoanthropologist, essential in the Middle Awash research of the early Homo sapien, Idaltu, in the Herto fossils 160,000 years ago, one of the earliest anatomically modern humans. The African fossil record continues to demonstrate the deep antiquity of modern humans. He said this in Nature magazine 2003. Oh, how did I forget to put this lady name? You know I was moving too fast. But this is Palesi Madupe. She is the one that I was telling you about the molecular anthropology. She is in the proteomics field, the paleoproteomics field. And in 2025, science study using enamel proteins from Paranthropus and Paranthropus robustus. First molecular evidence of biological sex genetic diversity in early hominins. This sister is still in her college years doing this type of study, and I salute her. And I apologize for not having your name up here, sis. Dr. Zeresene Alamegsigade. Jesus. Paleoanthropologist who discovered Salem, aka Lucy's baby, the 3.3 million year old Australopithecus afarensis child. Key research into early hominin evolution in Africa. His work in East Africa strengthens the evidence that Africa is the birthplace of humanity. And this very blurred picture is Endosa Lycius, paleoanthropologist that does fossil research in Central Africa. Key team member in the discovery and analysis of Sahelanthropus tecandensis. Helped establish one of the earliest known hominins, hominin that's 7 million years old. Professor Meke Hassan Tieso, paleoanthropologist and geologist and professor at the University of N'Djamena in Chad. Fieldwork and co-authorship on Sahelanthropus sudadensis research. Critical role in locating and analyzing fossil sites in Chad. And Dijo Domalbe Ahunsa, paleoanthropologist and fossil analysis, co-author of foundational papers describing Sahelanthropus sudadensis, helped analyze morphology of one of the earliest hominins. And that is the show, my people. I do have more information that I would love to get out to y'all, but I'm going to do that in the discussion. But I do run and check my son in really, really quick. Please don't hate me. Just give me 2 seconds. Please talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, she heard it.
Gotcha. We'll go to a word from our sponsors real quick.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess. But he an old man.
Thank you. I'm back. Thank you. For that briefing. But yes, that is the show so far. I wanted to end off with a couple of Black scientists, so y'all can know that we in this field, proving that we are the foundation of this planet, of the human planet, and when it comes to how we have evolved, how we have contributed to this earth. So I just wanted to do all of those um, misconceptions that we have about evolution. So when I do decide to do Evolution 102, we can leave all this beside and pick a space and really dive deep into it in the discussions. But yeah, I'm open for comments, questions, conversations, all of those things, feedback, criticisms, all of that. Don't everybody talk at once.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. There you go.
Okay, I was muted. I was gonna say I'm dropping that link right now for everybody in the comments. I know I did see a couple people with questions. You can head on up here right now. There's that link for you. Yeah, I'm glad you did a overview though of this because you covered that abiogenesis. So I'm gonna send this out to a few people who had some questions because you answered a lot of them in here and cover some of the misconceptions too. So
Yeah, trying to put, 4 billion years into less than 60 slides was kind of hard.
you did good.
There's still so much more to say. There's still so much more to talk about. But without the foundation, we're just not. We're just gonna continue to talk past each other. So it was like it's once we start really getting into my brain and how it works, man. Listen, a lot of things is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Hold on 1 second. I got some questions. I don't know about anybody else. I was trying to let everybody else get theirs out first. But I'm glad you ended with those black scientists too. So that way we can have some names to put with this because people always ask, who are these scholars? Who are these scholars? And it's like,
Hmm.
they're easily searchable. They think that they're asking some gotcha question.
No, I just can't pronounce these names on the fly. We on a panel, we going back and forth, man. I will have an aneurysm trying to pronounce some of these names. One of those scientists had 14 letters in his name.
And why is understanding abiogenesis important before even getting into evolution?
Well, if you're trying to have a conversation with other people, this is what I've come into contact with. People want to know about the inception of life more than they care about the diversification of life. And what evolution it talks about is just how animals diversified. But what abiogenesis talks about is that foundation of where the life comes from. Because that's the part that would be, for lack of better terms, in competition with the whatever creation story that they have in their mind.
Mm.
Because evolution will tell you how things have changed, but it won't tell you how they popped up. And people are trying to find a new version of their original origin story. So even and because I'm beyond, like I've been studying this a lot, they don't recognize that when they're asking certain question, it is coming from that Adam and Eve. I'm looking for two to be the precursors of all type of idea. Like y'all looking for that, and y'all are never going to find that here.
Eh, Okay, I like that answer.
Thank you. Thank
What do
you.
you think the most important milestones in the 2 billion year timeline are?
Oh, it's gonna be a very conceited question, but like it's us. Like the best thing that happened to this earth was the woman, was the
Hey, I
female, was
agree.
the mitochondria.
I second that.
Y'all cool or whatever.
Ah!
I'm on my Ja Rule. Where would I be without you?
But yeah, it's the it's the using our bodies as a battleground for creating new life and new environments is why I say that.
Agreed.
I've got a question. I don't know if there's a way to raise a hand in here. Um, I guess this is you know, I basically want to ask how would you respond to someone who would articulate that if abiogenesis was the methodology by which matter became, life. Why hasn't the same circumstances occurred more than one time throughout history?
What do you mean?
To someone who would say that if it took for the right combination of circumstances to occur, of course you can't have more than one origin, but why would it not have happened multiple times in those millions of years simultaneously? I know that question sounds a little bit off.
Wait, so what is the what that you're looking for that needs to happen simultaneously over the years?
Theoretically, that spontaneous creation of from matter to go from just non-life form to life form again.
So that if we go into abiogenesis for the next one, if we do a next one, I definitely go into how
We doing the next one.
Oh, okay. So yeah, on the next one, we're gonna get into how abiogenesis actually works, right? And the conditions needed for that to work. Because there's specific conditions that needs to be had, especially during that first time period. And this is what I find interesting, right? Because the Hadean is called the Hadean because they named it after Hades. That's how terrible that time period was, right? Volcanoes erupting, next to no water on the planet, lightning, methane gases, all types of crazy stuff happening that no life can be there for, right? And out of that time period is where you get the first building blocks of life to start, going into single to multicellular organisms. It literally is kind of the same thing when you're talking about the Big Bang Theory, when you're talking about the temperatures in the universe during that time period where the atoms and I don't know the big blame, but where the atoms and the neutrons and the electrons are all coming together, the hydrogen bonds and all of this stuff is happening. The temperatures are at all-time highs. So for me, it seems as if there's a cycle happening during the Big Bang where it's creating those molecules in the universe being replicated after the Hadean, where the temperatures are at a whole time high. It's so chaotic, and now you get the first forms of amino acids. It's like a mirror. So those are the the life cycles that I be talking about when I say that when they say as above so below, that's what I hear, right? The the K and I use the word chaotic very loosely because it's only chaotic because we don't understand it. It's not necessarily chaotic because it is. Because out of that chaos always comes an order. Just like out of the chaos of the Hadean, you get these uh, stepstones to steptones to life with the amino acids.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem. You see these cycles happening over and over again. You see it with especially when you get into the anatomy of different animals, right? When you look at if you go from fish, amphibians, reptiles, to mammals, they all, oh, and dinosaurs with the birds, they all find ways to do the same exact thing. We'll go into convergent evolution later, but is basically saying how different animals have evolved the same traits, but in different ways. So you'll find in every class that I just said, you'll find you'll find a flying animal. Like you'll find a gliding frog or a gliding snake or a gliding squirrel or a gliding fish. You find them all. And you even find them in human beings because we learned how to parasail and do these different things with flight because it's literally the last frontier, like getting into the sky. And it's the same thing with dinosaurs. You had land dinosaurs, you had swimming dinosaurs, you had dinosaurs that learned how to fly, aka birds. Right? You just continuously find these these same traits going over and over again because these traits are known to help the survival of these creatures. So I just really find evolution like really an amazing topic.
I still got some questions. So, what do you say to the people who say, I don't believe in evolution? We didn't come from monkeys.
I would first say I don't believe we come from monkeys either, right?
That's what I tell them. I don't think we did. Oh my gosh. Go ahead.
I would first say that. And then secondly, I would say you absolutely believe in evolution, right? And it's not even that you believe in evolution, you already know evolution, right? Like just off of whatever spirituality system that they follow, they know that it went from one thought process and idea to something completely different to this day. That right there is an evolution. You do believe in change over time because that's what the word means. You just choose not to believe it in this way. And I usually find people that have the most disdain for evolution has a problem with seeing themselves as an animal. I think that is the biggest um, issue that I come across that people have. They don't like having themselves seen as a lesser being because in all reality they see animals as a lesser being.
Hmm. You think that's what it is?
Yeah, I think that as human beings, right, we are egotistical. That's why aliens look like us. You try to tell me that a thing from 10 quadrillion light years away looks exactly like me or is able to mate with me? That don't seem a little outrageous or egotistical to think that every planet you go to, you gonna find something that can have sex with you? I find it interesting that that's how our brains go, or a being that can go for 10 trillion light years away to come to our planet and need our help with something. What the hell would that thing need our help with something for? We can't travel the way they're traveling or build anything that they built, but they came all the way here to get our help for something. It's egotistical.
Self-centered way of looking at the world, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to take away from your point, but I know a lot of people postulate that not necessarily that they come here or would come here to need our help, but to perhaps have identified us as a reservoir of resources that they wanted to or would be looking to mine or efforts to exploit or or even to study because you would I guess think that you constantly want to understand the natural world around you in all directions, and even if a species had evolved beyond us from a distant region in which travel, they might still be interested in understanding, how we operate, just like we do the animal kingdom in our studies. Um, but I wanted to ask as a question. Now, this is just hypothetical here. If imagine uh, our species was capable of living for millions of years past this point, do you and not to say that evolution, I think we've already discredited that evolution guarantees that it means forward evolution, but do you postulate that there would be like another form of, like, I don't know, larger brain or more cognition or something that would evolve after that, or there another iteration of millions of years? And have you ever thought about that and what that might conceptually be, just theoretically?
To be honest, I'm gonna be a little pseudo, and I'm gonna tell you that I do believe in. First of all, we are the planet of the apes, but I do believe in a new planet of the apes, right? If we was to blow ourselves to oblivion, and our populations just happen to drop somehow, and the bonobos and the chimpanzees and the orangutans get to stay here, they the next up. And I feel like the only reason why nothing else is able to, you know, evolve in a way that doesn't threaten us, I mean, that threatens us, is because we're so threatening. Like, we choose where animals live, they don't choose that anymore. We give them safaris and, no kill zones and zoos and all this stuff to regulate how nature looks. We've been doing it for a very long time. So I don't think we give other animals the space to be able to evolve in a way that would really threaten us. Welcome to Hootie.
Holds up, family.
Hotep,
Good
Hotep.
presentation. I disagree with one thing, but I want to start off with definitely good presentation. I like how you broke down. Yeah, there we go. We got the round of applause. I like how you broke down that it's a relationship between apes and humans as far as evolutionary biology is concerned. It's not
Hmm.
that we came from apes. I like how you broke that down. And there's definitely um, ancient understanding of evolution way before um, what's the guy's name, Darwin.
Hmm.
So way before Darwinism, there was an understanding of evolution, and obviously you get reminded of that through once again the people of Kemet. Their divination of the baboon is a direct demonstration that they knew that there was a relationship between apes and humans. Um, but my only pushback is with the Neanderthal and the human, and I want to know how you came to that conclusion because there's an oral tradition about the battle between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, and that kind of was in accordance to their extinction and how Europeans actually evolved through um, the interaction with Homo sapiens through the R word, pretty much. We have a lot of scholarship dealing with that, but to make it really short, I just want to know how you came up with the conclusion that we still have that everybody still has Neanderthal in them.
Okay, so I say everyone has Neanderthal in them because I feel like we all have a certain amount of European in us, especially, and that has nothing to do with way back when. I'm just talking about slavery, right? I'm talking about colonization. I'm talking about that stuff. That's how we would have inherited the Neanderthal gene. And for the people that have Native American in their background, they would have low dosages of denisovin, right? Because denisovin is highly into the Asian populations that came here. So you're saying that you are from here, so you are of that denisovin lineage as well. So I wasn't so much talking about back when, 300,000 years ago. I'm just talking about the last like 600, right? Um, Now, when it comes to Neanderthals, right? I believe in, a black planet, as in all of the human the Homo beings coming out of Africa were black people. And whomever met the Neanderthal was a black person. That's how I see things. And I also recognize that there are dark skinned Neanderthals. They're not all just white, right? And there is some space that I leave for harmonious behaviors, because not every human interaction has to deal in death and decay, because like we would be nowhere if that was the case. I do believe that there were some harmonious interbreeding, just as much as it was forcible interbreeding on both sides, because as human beings, we're not victims. And in a lot of our stories, we like to frame ourselves as the victim. But everywhere human beings, Homo sapiens, go, the large megafauna die, and the archaic humans that were there before die. So I'm not in line with thinking that we're just this, we was just being taken advantage of. We was winning some shit. So
I understand that.
yeah, I said all of that to say, like, I think that there's a whole lot of space for nuance. And as far as how the European DNA that I feel like we're talking about, which is the R gene, I feel like that's what you're talking about. If not, you can correct me. But like, I feel like those people are completely different time period from what we're talking about with the Neanderthal and all that, because the spread of the R gene is, for me, comes with the spread of the Yamnayas, the people of the corded ware, those archaic, people from the steppe that came down and basically murdered all of the hunter gatherers and stole their women.
Got you.
I'm looking at
Um,
this
I'm,
comment. Fusion Design says, "I want to know when will we get wings."
Tell you, didn't he just take a flight? Was it like you could get wings for about $200 on JetBlue?
Oh, Fusion, I said, have a Red Bull and relax.
I'm late with the sound effects, but
It's fine. But yes, I just when it comes to the R people, I that spread that comes from a different time period, according to my research. Because when we start talking about the spread of that R gene, we're talking about a spread of a whole lot of other genes, right? We're talking about those SLC genes. We're talking about the Anatolian people, because I kind of count them too. Um, all of those people that were, that mutated wherever they were at, and then spread across everywhere else.
That's good.
I got another question.
Can I ask a question about? Are you still debating about? I forgot what the topic was about exactly, but you have an upcoming debate, right? That's not about biology, but it's about uh
Yeah,
matrimonialism or something like that. Okay.
yeah. It's I am debating Gideon. Oh, Gideon. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. I'm debating him. We're actually doing a face off tomorrow night. I done, did a double play here. We're doing a face off tomorrow night at 8 here, and we will be debating if the Bible took away power from women. And I feel like, brother, child,
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, are you how? What's the percentage? Would you put if you were to put a percentage on it? How are you? How much are you prepared for the debate?
um, I was more prepared for that debate than I was this presentation. um,
Okay.
to be very honest, to when it comes to like subjects about women, like that was my passion uh subject, right? Um I recognize how little I knew about women's history, black women's history, and I used to just go into that. I always been a student of history, and the fact that I literally loved history so much that it took me into evolution. I wanted to know what happened before people were here and before those people were here and before, and I kept on going to before. But
Okay.
when it comes to this subject that I am debating with him, it's very passionate of mine because and this is gonna be a controversial, but I really do feel like the Bible ruined the relationship between black men and black women. Like y'all can blame welfare all y'all want. I blame the Bible. And it's the Bible and its ill-conceived notions about what womanhood is, what a woman is, how a woman should be. It's what's confusing our brothers into thinking that they should have, their foot on our necks, and I need y'all to come up off us. I need y'all
Right. I
to
agree with that. Definitely.
I need y'all to recognize that we built pyramids when we saw each other as equals, and we ain't built shit since we had the Bible.
Nice. Yep. Definitely. What do you think about the fact that none of the books in the Bible are named after any women?
It just speaks for itself. First of all, it's not for us. It doesn't surprise me. The book is not for us. Like, it's for them. It's their book. It's for men by men, and let them have it. I don't disagree with men having their own spaces and having their own gods. I don't disagree with that because I see the good it does into some men. The men who know how to separate their religion from their ethnicity and still understand that they're of the black community and can still keep their God intact. Those men are dope. Those men are dope. The other ones who put their religion before their race, man, listen, y'all just gotta go.
We got GD Capone in the comments. He said, what about the Book of Ruth?
Who cares? Book that was terrible. I didn't mean that, GDN. But the book of Ruth, the book of Esther, the book of Judith, like it doesn't matter about anomalies or exceptions to the rule. Y'all would even, y'all even say that these women were exceptions to the rule. This is not a common thing. Y'all don't got like 40 woos. Y'all got one. Y'all don't got 40 different Esthers. Is one. The rest of them is is getting pimped by their husbands, thrown out the house to get raped by mobs, by their daddies. Uh, we're not even gonna talk about it. We're just
Well, we'll definitely take it in a different direction if we start
right.
that.
Like, what are we talking about? They really be trying to push like these as we would call, you know what it's like when you having a conversation about racism with a white person, and how and you're talking about the wealth disparity in the black community, and they be like, but Jay-Z. Like,
You funny.
like, so
That
Hey, I
is
got
not
a
a representation of the everyday black man. Like,
I've got a two-part question really quickly. First, I wanted to say, just another stellar presentation. It's just you knocked it out the park again. You got a lot of that in the comments too, just in case you weren't looking. But I did want to ask. You said you were going to do a couple of subsequent presentations, expanding on this topic matter. In those, will you be covering at all whether or not evolution is always progressively forward, meaning like as we continue to evolve, if there will be I don't know uh, abilities that are like beyond what we have right now in terms of like perhaps some of the things that we read about or hear about in like in movies. I don't know, telepathy or regaining certain abilities that people suspect that we may have had. Number one, and number two, um, will you be getting deeper into um, the macro versus micro evolution? I believe I've heard you talk about that on panels before, and I think that that's very important information that people need to know about, as well as examples of.
yeah. So I would love to get into the breakdown of abiogenesis. I would love to get into more further of the breakdown of, human evolution, because I was kind of playing safe with it because I wanted to. I used to want to spoon feed people evolution, but I feel like I've been talking about this for about 2 years now. Now I'm ready to just whatever. You a primate, sir. Like that's how I feel now. It's just it is what it is. And um I would love to, because in the beginning of my presentation, I said like we're going through evolution through the way I see it through my eyes. And that's why I'm open to criticism and open to other people's versions of this subject, because there's so many different theories out there. There's so many different hypotheses out there. You can create your own way of how all of this comes about using scientific evidence, right? So I just want to stress that, because of the fact of, oh, you missed da 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 da. I said, oh, well, bring it to the table. And if I don't like it, I'll tell you, like, I don't know if I'm messing with that idea. And I think that that's the beauty about science, right? Because you can be able to have these back and forths in reality about what's happening here, and and how we can, or how we can basically, you know, speak to our history of the earth, not just like human history, because really we was talking about the earth's history, how I see it. And I just implore everybody to start looking into the earth's history more. It's really dope. And what was the second question?
Whether or not you would be delving into macro versus micro evolution and the different species that act as proof of the existence of both circumstance.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I can definitely do that. in order, I could do it completely, like with whales, like with elephants, like with certain things, but I know that people usually like to hear about themselves, right? And the problem with human evolution is that we are we are complex, like beyond any complexities we see amongst the diversity of animals, like just the way our brain power works, just the way that we were doing things, the the creation of of a lot of our being has to do with like a lot of movement, a lot of migration, a lot of we don't even have all of our pieces yet, right? Like nobody is ever isn't really looking in the Sahara Desert in mass numbers for, you know, human remains. And I know there's some stuff in there. The Congo is another place where I feel like would be a great place to find fossils. But the Congo in itself, like a lot of the places that humans have developed, isn't conducive to finding fossils. You need a specific thing to happen to make a fossil. And then add that on to like, being prey for a very long time, right? Um, it's just it's just it's just hard, and I feel like the more evolution and this type of studies become easier to digest for the masses, the more time people will spend on it so we can be able to get to the places that we want to know easier. Because if it's still such a taboo subject, you know it's not gonna get people to want to go study that. We don't. How many kids is talking about being a paleontologist when they get older? At least our kids, right? Like we're not pushing this type of science on them. Yeah.
Shout out to King Hurt. We got a super chat. It says, right, the Bible, Quran, Torah ain't for black people. That is detrimental to our people and only strengthens
White supremacy.
white supremacy.
I know them letters.
We participate in it. Let's get back, Sankofa, to what we created. Appreciate you, King Hurt. To you.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to get rid of it. And I try not to be pushy and say get rid of it. I'll be like, just put black first. That's my thing. Until y'all can learn how to just get rid of that security blanket.
Mhm.
Put put being black first. Don't be a Muslim first. Don't be a Christian first.
7 days a week. Put black first. Black power. Shout out to our boss.
Absolutely.
Black
Black
power.
be black, I'm black, y'all. Yeah, we just gotta but I just feel like our people is just so intellectually hesitant
Mm.
when it comes to certain subjects because of, you know, emotional attachments, whether good or bad, right? And everybody's looking for a feel good. And evolution doesn't, science don't care about if you feel good or not. These are is what we found. This is the evidence. You do with it what you will. If you can't do that, then it's really not for you, even though it needs to be. Because your how you feel about life should not be dictated on where you find your afterlife. Like, why are we so fixated on death? I know that's right. I know that's right. But yeah, it's Evolution is just a really dope subject that I wish more people would get into. I'm in the development of work of making um, adolescent and teen science videos, like basically communicating science with children, the getting them to understand certain things because it's important. This technology is, they use this information, all of this information, to create the technology that we got. We need to utilize it as well.
That's right. Say that twice.
Three times on Sunday. Goodness gracious.
We have somebody calling you out in the comments. Sapphire. Shout out Sapphire.
Yeah,
One
sure.
of my 216 brethren. He says, it's a queen. You willing to debate creation versus evolution?
Yeah, I just feel bad whoever wants to debate that.
He said he'll be your punching bag for the night.
Ah.
I
Sure,
want to know
sure.
what evidence debunks or challenges uh evolution. I just want to know that.
As her comrade, I don't think that this is the time or place to discuss something that could end up in a eventual debate strategically.
It
Yeah,
don't
I asked
matter.
because there is none. Like
Yeah.
they never bring any evidence. It's just like play. They want to play on words, all this other stuff.
Right. So, like, I mean, the brother is welcome to come up. Whoever wants to have a conversation about evolution or creationism, we can have a conversation.
Pull up. I just
I'm
dropped that
receptive.
link. That link is in the chat. Don't be scared now. Truth of the only divinity. Pull up. Hit that link. GD and Capone has some questions.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, y'all just listen to the whole presentation and then be like, yeah, let's debate. Like, I got more. Like, that was just the overview of what I usually talk about.
And shout out Fusion Design on the graphics for the show, correct?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Shout out Fusion
Fusion.
Design. Did an amazing job with the graphics on the show. Uh, I went ahead and animated it a little bit, but he put this together. Fire background.
Yeah, I won't.
Absolutely.
You did your thing, Fusion. Real good job. Coming for my crown.
He listens. Thank you, Fusion. Um, oh, he asked if I could. Yeah, I did go through a couple of answers. I could go through them again for you. Hold on. I'm not gonna share my screen. I'm just go to it. I can read it real quick.
Mhm.
Oh, he's gonna make me stumble over these names again.
You
gonna
can
have,
do it. Papa Boucher.
Man, listen.
I'm gonna have to
You was about
slide.
to,
Peace and blessings, everybody. Have a good
Peace
night.
to you, Rep.
thank you for
Appreciate having
coming
you.
through, Rep. Thank you,
Shout
thank
out Rep.
you.
Busy man, wise man. Taught me a lot.
Hey,
A little bit of time.
real quick, I noticed I got tagged in the comment about creationism. Like, what evidence is there of creationism? There is none. So again, that was another question that I asked because like my question was about evidence. Like within creationism, like you have different versions of creationism, so they'll use um certain instances of evidence to build on a new way of explaining creationism. But in a nutshell, there is no evidence within creationism, significant evidence.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't. Mm. Because creationism is literally talking about it is talking about the Adam and Eve and all of that stuff, and it's like the the early scholars didn't even believe it was a literal story. So like, I don't know how y'all got reversed like this. Somebody hit the reverse Uno card, and now y'all believing that this is real and it's crazy.
Yeah, there's a Afrocentric scholar. He's a spiritualist. He actually started out in his career as a theologian,
How,
and now that he studied the European view of creationism and the creationist God, he undoubtedly puts out scholarship that tells you that they acknowledge that they know that creationism is a fairy tale. I'm gonna look up his name because I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but let me look him up real quick.
Um, Me and GD and Capone debated this before, right? And I had a whole section of my debate talking about the earliest of Christian scholars talking about how it was all metaphors. Until they could get past why them people were saying that, I don't know what to talk to them about. But
GD and Capone, pull up and defend yourself.
but really quickly, fusion. So I talked about Dr. Burhane Asfal, the paleontologist essential in the Middle Awash research. He found Homo sapien adultu and the Herto fossils 160,000 years old. I spoke to Dr. Johannes Hale Selesi, paleoanthropologist who studies early human evolution. He identified Australopithecus diuromata, and he found the link to the Bertille foot to a distinct human hominin species. And and a couple of more. Endosa Lekua, I can't say it. Dr. Endosa. He is a paleoanthropologist that was essential in the analysis of Sahelanthropus. And then we have Palesi Madupa, and she is a molecular anthropologist. And she was in the 2025 study using enamel proteins from Paranthropus robustus. And the evidence of biological sex diversity. So basically, she was the one who can differentiate the Paranthropus female from the Paranthropus male, something that hasn't been done before. So yeah, we and I have a couple more too, but I need to drink something for a second. I've been talking a long time. Welcome, Lieutenant. Salute.
Salute General 7, Lieutenant General 7,000. We're about to go to a word from our sponsors, and when we come back, it's on
I'm
you, sir.
sorry. Yeah, peace and blessings.
Actually, go ahead. Do your thing. Actually, let me play this ad. You on here.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
Back to you, Lieutenant General 7000. You're on mute if you're trying to talk. JJ7K. Am I muted? Can y'all hear me?
No, you're not
Yeah, I can
muted.
hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
You probably walked away for a second.
Jermaine said he
Welcome,
can't.
Jermaine.
Hey, what's up? Hey, it's a queen. Hey, A1, shout out Titan
Peace.
debate league, everybody on the Tahuti. I want to say wonderful presentation. It's a queen, and I'm not a creationist. I'm with you. It's a queen. I do expand out and go to morphogenesis because I come in from the entire existence and go all the way into the biological abiogenesis. So I'm with you on that. I don't know if y'all got me wrong on that remark. I'm with evolution. I ain't that crazy.
I appreciate it. Thank
how
you.
you
Thank you. I
how you
appreciate
feeling
you.
today, man? I like the new icon, man.
I feel good. I'm feeling good, man. Just out doing some traveling, and I'm in Illinois right now. Going down here to this college to do a little bit of debating, but you know me, always checking in on the platform because it's always informational. I'm glad I caught Issa Queen. She put it down tonight.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. If you slide through Ohio, man, hit me up, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Back to you. Back to you. JJ7K, are you there? He muted, went back on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. There you go. We can hear you.
I'm trying to get my computer. I'm trying to get up through my computer. All right, so I'm gonna come back.
Okay, take your time.
Hey sis, I have a question. I mangled it in the comments. So one of the things that I hear often when people are explaining evolution, people who believe in creationism or aren't really sure about evolution automatically assume that people who discuss evolution are making the case that humans had sex with monkeys. Can you please, once and for all, explain that evolution growth from primates to humans? I know you love me.
I do. I really do. So yeah, I don't the whole humans having sex with monkeys, like no. According to evolution, we're gonna get into it in part two, where I actually get into the different types of how long it takes and how many different species away humans are from monkeys. It's just really unbelievable. But the interspecies sex is not part of evolution. Like, not in that way, right? Like, yeah, you'll get two different types of dogs having sex, but like a human and a monkey is way too far removed for that to happen. Way too far removed. That it's like that's the equivalent of like saying a lion and a house cat. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're related, they're on the same line, but they're completely different species. So we got to start putting that into perspective. And I don't even really believe those people believe that. I think that's a backhanded thing that they like to do to discredit evolution, right? Because there's no way in hell they heard that in my presentation.
No. But when the argument is made that apes, primates, and humans share a lot of DNA, and or we came from apes, if you will, people automatically assume that we was getting down in the bush with
Yeah, yeah, I get that. I get that because
Harambe.
they are misunderstanding the animal classification. That's why I went over that because in animal classification, primates and ape isn't a species. Like it isn't a species. Like me, humans, orangutans, chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas are all primates and apes. We're all that. There's not a thing you don't go to the zoo and see an ape, right? You'll go to the zoo and see a chimpanzee though, and that is under the classification of ape. So we're if we understand are in that same category and get out of our own egos of trying to separate ourselves from the rest of the animal kingdom, then everything else will start to fall into line. Because really, we're dealing with people who don't want to be classified as animals. God told them they're above that. So,
I mean, but
so
like we're mammals too, right?
yeah, we're mammals as well. That's a even higher classification. That's the class that we're in, right? So, the domain is everything with a nucleus in the cell, right? If your cell has a nucleus, you are considered a eukaryote. How broad is that, right? How many things has a nucleus, right? And then we'll get to the kingdom. Now we're in the animal kingdom because before we were classified with the plants, animals, fungi, all of that stuff. Now we're in animalia, we're animals. Then we get to the we're gonna skip the we're gonna go to the phylum. We have chords. So we're in the chordata. We are the class that we're in. We're mammals. We have mammary glands, right? So these are the broadest of statements. How many things feed their babies with milk? You go from human beings all the way to dogs feed with milk. Kangaroos feed with milk,
You're a little
right?
choppy, Issa Queen.
Oh, maybe I have to. Is this better?
Let's try. I know you sound
Let's
clear right there,
see.
but
Let's
you were
see.
cutting in and out. Like,
Am I good now? Am I good now? How am I?
uh, still a little choppy. Does anybody else hear it, or is it just me?
I hear it. I
Yeah,
thought
it's
it
a
was
little
me.
choppy.
I'm gonna
Okay.
chop up.
Yeah, it's choppy.
Okay, let me go out and I'm gonna come right back.
Okay. Shout out Asar M. Kai in the building. Oh, I didn't add him up to the stage yet. Sorry about that. Oh no, your thing was loading. It was loading your mic and your camera. Shout out to you. How you feeling today, King? You're on mute if you're trying to talk. Sorry.
Hi, hi guys. Hi.
He said, "Hi guys."
Am I?
He came in like Eminem.
Show
Hi
my mic
guys.
is on. Let me push it again.
Yep, I can
Is
hear you.
my name it? No.
Yeah,
Uh,
he definitely came in.
okay.
You remember that
It's a
song?
delay. That's what it is. It's because I'm in my truck. I'm over here. Yeah. I'm over here in my truck and it's a delay. So when you hear me, know that I said this probably. But let me give props to the sister before she hopped back on. I thought she did a excellent job in her explanation and the breakdowns. I don't personally believe in divergent evolution being the format of man coming into existence.
You are kind
I
of choppy,
believe
just so you know.
it's more convergent and parallel existence, as well as a natural job for the information that presented. And we need more sisters doing what she did tonight. I heard the
Yeah.
choppy link, so you hear me about 10 seconds after.
Yeah, you choppy,
Thank you.
but we was trying to. I know it's an echo, so I didn't say anything. I just let you get it out. But yeah, we appreciate you. Absolutely right. Definitely need more sisters doing this. We have a women's tournament coming up just for the women. So we can go ahead and encourage Black women scholarship. You know what I'm saying? Just women's scholarship. Period. It doesn't have to be about Black, but I'm definitely Black first. Uh, Can't deny it. Black Power. Shout out Swab Boss. Every time I say Black Power, I feel like I gotta shout him out because he's saying so much on the channel. Let's get a mic check from you, Issa Queen.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I'm gonna come back sounding choppy like how he was, because
No,
I
you
didn't hear what
sound
he was
great.
saying.
That's perfect. Okay, let's go. You got the floor.
Okay, so yeah, I was basically re-explaining the classification of humans, and you know, eukarya, animalia, chordata, mammalia, primate, great ape, um, ape, primate. All of these are ways to say, well, not ways to say, just a classification of who we are, right? It's just how broad of a statement are you trying to make, basically. If you're talking about all of the great apes, if you're talking about chimps, bonobos, humans, right? You would say one thing. You would say, oh yeah, the ape family, the gorillas too, the orangutans too. That's the whole ape, the great ape family. That's what you would say. So it's just a misunderstanding of what all of these words means, and that's why I wanted to start off with 101. So we could talk about all of these misconceptions, and then we can move on and talk about the real fun stuff.
I
Let's
wanted to add
go.
something real quick. Just and like that goes on to how a lot of people are playing games with the evolution because when it comes to like working out and being developing a certain personality or persona, they'll align with things like the jungle gym, or there'll be a gorilla gangster. You know what I'm saying? Like, how is it that you have a problem with the human relationship with apes, but you'll turn around and call yourself a gorilla gangster? We gotta, and like you said, we gotta get past this, and we gotta get on the right track so we can come together and defeat a enemy that disinforms us.
Absolutely. And then they misinform us and then use this same, you know, psychology against us. Because they absolutely understand the evolution of the human being and how our brain works, and that's how they do marketing. That's how they get us with hip hop, right? Changing certain circumstances, changing certain tones that's in songs that cues to certain emotions and things like that, certain energy frequencies. It's just all types of things that's going into what they can use against us if you're not so diligent in understanding your own makeup. What makes you tick? How does your brain work? Because if you don't know that, people can use your brain against you.
Can I ask you about your diet? Are you vegetarian or
I know I talk like one. I'm a fake vegetarian. I'm a fake vegan.
okay?
I'm
But
fake. I
but
eat
eat
cheeseburgers, but I don't eat lamb. I don't eat veal.
but I asked that because another understanding through our diet is, a critical look at anatomy and physiology. When you look at anatomy and physiology, once again, you have your herbivores, you have your omnivores, you have your carnivores. And when you look at humans and apes, we are in the same anatomy and physiology when it comes to our ingestion and digestion system. So the age of or the movement for veganism and vegetarianism is right along the lines of evolution and our relationship with the apes.
Absolutely. Not only that, we are closest related to chimpanzees and bonobos. And chimpanzees are a patriarch and bonobos are a matriarch. And I believe, and the earliest evidence I found of human beings have been egalitarian, right down the middle. So I think that's very like it's not a it doesn't causation isn't correlation isn't causation, right? But I just find it interesting that those two systems is found in our two closest ape ancestors.
Right. We we got to put it together. We call ourselves, like I said, we call ourselves gorilla gangsters, but we don't want to actually become the gorilla because a gorilla does not eat meat at all.
No fruit, heavy fruit and vegetables. Now, and like different types of trees. Uh, and as you say that, their diet is so fruity, it's too acidic for a human to maintain. Um, we generally have to eat something different. We can't eat as much fruit as they do. Um, when it comes to the acids. But let me ask you this: when you because the one of the issues is the common ancestor. There doesn't appear to be different kinds of species that mate to create other species. It just appears that the Cambrian explosion created a bunch of species and they flourish really fast, which is a little different than what evolution has to offer. Um, Evolution tends to take a slow tree to make us exist. Um, and we have a problem with the mechanism for the primordial soup at the moment. But when it comes to the existence of man, do you agree that there's a common ancestor, or do you think that this took place on the molecular level?
No, I definitely agree with common ancestor. And but I don't think that's separate from the molecular level, right? Because that's talking about the DNA and the genome and all of that stuff. And you still have to understand the diffusion that happened between, I forget, yeah, I think it's, my brother Yogi is going to kill me. Um, the genetic diffusion that happened with the going from 48 chromosomes to 46, I believe.
48 and 46. Yeah,
Right.
we have
So
46. They have 48. The gorilla.
right. So that in itself, right, speaks to something that happened in in our genome. But I don't think that happened in a vacuum. I absolutely think that's still due to the adaptation in an environment that was happening, because we're not the only species that happened to, right? There's a whole bunch of species out there that went through a genetic diffusion from
So
their predecessors.
what like when we see that take place, like for instance, if if something mates with something else and it's not supposed to, it generally takes a act or a hand of God in order to uh make it coexist with each other. Because when a horse mates with a donkey, we get a mule, which doesn't procreate. When a tiger and a lion, and even vice versa, we get sterile parts. So we don't seem to start to generate any functioning progenitors of a species unless something intervenes for us. So when we say that we have like this common ancestor, but we have no fossil record for the common ancestor, how do you suppose that it totally got wiped out off the planet or
Well,
no traces?
okay, so a couple of different things. For one, I don't think it got wiped off the planet. I just think we didn't find it yet, but I have a longer answer to that. Secondly, I just want to start by saying that when tigers and lions and horses and donkeys, when they mate, that's because we're forcing them to. You wouldn't find
Hmm.
that in the animal kingdom, right? What you find is two of the same species having babies for generations until a mutation happens. That mutation doesn't change the species of that animal. It's just a mutation that it passes down, and it passes it so often to so many to so far into the generations, right? Because he or she has to pass it to its kids, to its kids, to its kids, for it to continue to mutate. And if it actually works for the environment, right, it will get strengthened. And then even then you get to pass it on to, like, this is generations after generations after generations. This isn't just, one day everybody had you know I don't know, everybody had lungs one day, and then somebody had a baby. I mean, everybody had gills one day, and then one day somebody had a baby, and then they had lungs. Like, that's not how that works. Like, even lungs have a evolutionary track journey to how it becomes the lungs that we know today. Everything has a story.
Absolutely. But we as humans on the planet have only been here, what, 2 million years?
Um, yeah,
About two
about two to
million years.
three.
So then the evolutionary story kind of skips us. And we know that the Cambrian explosion is how we got most of these species. Like I said, they come pretty abruptly and pretty fast, which is in contradiction to the Darwinistic evolutionary tree.
Wait, can we talk? Wait, why are we saying that the
Wait,
Cambrian
no
explosion is
transitional
against
fossils.
evolution?
And Peace and Stars.
Hold
Sorry
up, don't attack her, don't attack her,
about
don't
that.
attack her.
Yeah, no
I know you
transitional
gonna have
fossil
that
is where you
before.
have a
Yeah, be
problem. Go ahead.
nice.
Okay, so I heard transitional fossils. So let me just say the Cambrian explosion. So what the Cambrian explosion is a time period where we found the most diversification of animals out of nowhere. But it's not that it was just the evolution happened out of nowhere. It's the deaths of all of the animals and the fossils that we find. It was like, oh, this is a whole bunch of different diversities. That's crazy like that. It's not saying that one day all of these different species just popped up on the planet. It doesn't explain how all of those, species was there. You get what I'm saying? So the Cambrian explosion doesn't debunk evolution. It just speaks to the
It's natural.
diversity of
Nah, don't
animals
cut on.
that
It's
we
fine.
know. But go
Okay, let me
ahead.
know when I can go. All right, sister.
You can go right now. I'm done.
Well, Stephen Jay Gould would he admitted he said the absence of fossils
Teach us,
evidence
sir.
for intermediary stages between major transitions in organic design. Indeed, our inability, even in our imagination, to construct functional intermediates in many cases has been a persistent and nagging problem for the gradualistic accounts of evolution. And this is because the Cambrian explosion is basically the admittance. It's a bunch of species that appear at one time, which goes against Darwinistic evolution. It doesn't dispose convergent evolution, but it does bring a
Yeah,
problem for Darwinistic evolution.
different
Okay,
finite,
what's
different
the
body forms.
problem though? You're not explaining the problem. You're just saying
But the
there is
problem
a problem. But
Well, the
what's the
problem would
actual
be that
problem?
2 million years for the human's existence
I mean, if
wouldn't
you give me
account
time
for
to
the
speak,
100. Hold up, brother. Hold up one sec. The 2 million
I
years
don't
of
want to argue
existence.
with your sister, but you got to
We
give us time to
you can
speak, and then we
argue.
can teach you.
Well,
But go ahead.
well, can you trying to argue? But you can argue in a sec. Hold on. Let me just chop real quick. So the 2 million years of existence of the human being would suggest there's not enough time for Darwinistic evolutions, which states that millions of years would take place, not just the two, in order for these things to come about when they exist already really abruptly. So this is one of the major problems with the chemical portion of Darwinistic evolution. This is why convergent evolution is more conducive, especially when it comes to the gene pool, because you're not gonna, and when you go to the fossil record, you're not gonna find any in between stages in a lot of these things. And as you stated, and I stated, it would take an act of God to make a liger, meaning man would have to intervene, or something outside of man would have to intervene in order to make a man. So, because we don't
Okay.
see this, we know clearly that the Darwinistic method has a problem, because we don't see this kind of species make with this different kind of species in order to make a species, unless somebody's tampering with things. So
Right, but
those are
did
some
you
of the
see
main
my
problems.
presentation at all?
Absolutely.
So you missed the part where I had a whole section on transitional species?
No, you mentioned it and you talked about it, but it didn't
Yeah.
solve the problem of transitional species. Did you have that
What's the
fossil?
problem?
Did you have a in between fossil to cover the in
All of
between
the
stations of the
all of
Australopithecus?
the species that I mentioned has a
Mhm.
fossil to it. These aren't fake species. You can look up every single one of them. And I showed you fish to amphibians. You can look up every single one. And tectonic is a good one. You can look up amphibians to reptiles. Semoria is a good one. That's a reptile like amphibian. You can look up reptiles to mammals. That's a Demetrodon. I spoke about this. I had about 3, 4 slides on it.
You did. You're talking about the theory of everything, though. Evolution,
Whoa.
Darwinistic evolution. We're talking about how a
But
human comes
my
into
my
existence from
my
the other ape
presentation
family.
wasn't about Darwinistic evolution. It was evolution 101, right?
Right, but
So
you
I'm
mentioned
talking about
divergent.
evolution. Period. Darwin
Okay.
can come and go, right? That's how we got to
All
think
right. All
about
right.
when
All
I'm
right.
talking about evolution, okay?
Right.
Darwin can be here or he can't. Like, it really don't matter with me.
Right.
But the thing where I was talking, and I got you next. I'm sorry, debate, but
JJ. Yeah, we let JJ out there.
every species that I've named when I was talking about those transitional species are actual fossilized. You can go Google them, look them up, and see the picture of what you. And I knew I should have had a picture, but time.
I've seen them
But
before. Absolutely.
right, time.
Wrong,
But
girl. High
these
five.
are
I got you.
real, fossils found, and they exist, right? So that is the proof of the transitional species. But go ahead,
Now,
brother. Thank you for being so patient. Thank you.
brother JJ, get in there, B. JJ, where you go, man? Where you go?
There you go. Hey,
There
hold up
you
real
go.
quick. Here you go. I got somebody to here. Indigenous, go ahead. Don't be getting all loud. Go ahead. This,
Yeah, peace and love, everybody.
the sister said that Cambrian explosion doesn't really debunk evolution. We kind of trying to tell her because we've been doing this for years, and you want to talk about it today, so I'm giving you a chance. I ain't got nothing to say. I already had these arguments. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, matter and energy, it belongs to it. I think I said the name right. I've done a presentation on it. I could go back and show you where I did it, but that law
JJ,
states
tell
that
hey JJ, stop him. Tell him to call my phone, and I'll
you
pull him
know,
on my phone because your connection is just weak. It's
with
cutting in and out. I'll put him on my phone right now if you want to
the
talk.
law, all constitutes, and the law of conservation of mass and energy, and that states that nothing, something cannot come from nothing.
Man, JJ,
So
tell
when
him to
you have
call
your
my
big
phone because your
back,
connection cutting in and out.
that's ridiculous and delusional. Because what it is actually science, falsely so called, and these are simply, even though they were just lies straight from hell. State, he said that eventually the more advanced or the more civilized races would eventually.
Yeah, this is JJ. You're cutting in and out. Can you hear me?
You know,
He
ethnic.
probably can't. Indigenous. Call A1. Your phone is cutting in and out as you talk, B.
Yeah, call my phone. It sounded like he heard you. Tell him to call my phone again because he got my number. That's funny. He
Okay.
stopped talking.
Indigenous. Hang up. Call A1's phone.
Margaret Sanger
And
was
A1 can present your information, or we can
a
hear
part of
you.
that,
Right now, you chopping up. We can't hear either one of you.
and
No, he ain't hear you.
He can't hear.
we know that it was in 1916. Black.
He's still
When
going.
it comes to eugenics, they're talking about the feeble-minded and the imbeciles and the idiots and those things.
Kick him out real quick so he can come back and hear you.
Yeah, nothing that they say gonna be coherent anyway. If he was fighting evolution, so
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Phone charge.
evolution is good, but shit, there's types of evolution, and you got to get it right when you talk about it. And certain things are debunked, certain things aren't proven. Our fossil record is definitely not proven yet. We just speak and highly tout it, but it has issues and holes. I'm just
But
looking at
you
the
but you
system to see what
making
she got.
grand statements, but I'm trying to figure out what exactly we saying. Like what exactly about the Cambrian explosion, like the diversity of life during that time somehow debunks evolution?
Yeah, because what evolution states Darwinistically, and
See,
this
you
is why I
keep
say you
going
got to
back
be
to
careful which one you
Darwin.
lean
He
into.
is not
Right,
the
because that's
like
the one that you
I
presented. You presented
no I
divergent
did
evolution.
not. I
You
literally
did. You
didn't.
talked about it. You said it in your statements and in your presentation. This is why I'm speaking to
I
it. So if
no, 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 no. You don't get to do that. I did not come up here and only speak to what Darwin was talking about. I spoke about embryology. Darwin didn't even know what that was. I spoke about DNA. Darwin didn't even know what that was. So you cannot sit here and tell me that I came here to speak about Darwin's evolution because that's the talking point that you want to go with. And I
no,
respect you, brother, but that's not what I did tonight.
no, you did good.
yeah,
And we've already given you praise, but you leaned into Astropoliticus, which is Darwinistic. And so if you're
How?
not familiar with, I'm telling you, if you're not familiar with the fact that he says there's different stages in the growth of the human, the Australopithecus, the hominins, this hominis, this hominis, this Homo bergandensis, those don't exist. And so when we say we've got a jawbone of an Australopithecus, we have a jawbone of an ape. They don't
No.
know because they don't have the
Well,
rest of the
yeah,
body.
technically, yes.
And this is, yeah. And so when they go into these scientific conferences and they talk about evolution, and people start to clown the fact that they're trying to take this one jawbone and make a whole body off of it, when they don't have any existence of one Australopithecus, it becomes problematic. So we don't have a full blown fossil record. That's one of the weaknesses in evolution. Now, what you did tonight was good because you presented a clear picture and you also mixed it, like I said, into the theory of everything, all things coming into existence, which most people do when they do a scientific discussion and include evolution, which was awesome. You did well. I'm just asking you questions to see where you're at concerning this because when we look at the fossil record, when we look at the chemical record, and when we look at the Cambrian explosion, which is really fast, a bunch of species appear out of nowhere really fast, which would debunk the slow millions of years, knowing that humans only existed 2 millions of years on the planet. It starts to put a hole in some of the Darwin, in some of the divergent evolution, as opposed to the
But you're
convergent
speaking as if
evolution
so
we
real
all of
study
quick,
these things
Asar.
now.
are happening in us. Oh, go ahead.
Let me just address Asar Mkado. I get what you're saying, but does that debunk or challenge it? Because first of all, I don't agree with Darwinism e- either way.
Right.
Because my stance is, am I echoing?
No, you good. You good.
Okay, because my stance is first there was ancient acknowledgement of evolution. There's still a relationship between apes and humans, but as far as what you were saying, um, I still think that the question needs to be asked: does it challenge it or does it debunk it?
For
Gotcha.
me, it does neither, right? And I'm gonna tell you why it does neither. Because there's a whole. We're talking about the Cambrian explosion as if it happened in a bubble. There were predecessors to the Cambrian era. And what happened right before the Cambrian era was oxidation levels were higher, right? Genetic innovations was better. Like the HOX gene, the HOX gene that I was talking about, was found for the first time in the Cambrian. What does that do? It organizes bodies, diversity. It organizes the head, the tail, the limb segmentation, right? That's what that gene does. And that's when you'll find it in the Cambrian. So no, it's not a big deal for me that you'll find a bunch of different diversity of animals in a time period where a gene is making diversity of animals, right? And then there's another thing. You have with all of that
Hold on, bro.
diversity,
I gotta look at this. And this you gotta
with
listen.
yeah, my last little point, with all of that
Can you hear?
diversity comes
I'm sorry. Let me mute
competition,
my mic.
right? And with competition, it becomes
What?
an
What's
arms
this?
race between species, right? So, like, yeah, with that population at that time, you will see a diversity, a whole explosion. But guess what? They died. A lot of them did. And an extinction. And then, you know what happened? We started all over from the ones that survived. That's why I'm like, I don't know why, like, the Cambrian explosion somehow debunks something or makes something different, especially since human evolution doesn't happen in the bubble. That's why we're looking up all of these other species of humans because it's more than just, that. Because Lucy was a whole shoulder, a whole chest cavity, shoulder, arm, a leg, a fracture of her pelvis. Like she was more than just a jaw. Like we have more than what you're talking about. So I think that, you're doing a little bit of playing fast and loose with how much fossils you got.
Well, Dr. Leakey put pieces together. So we seen him and how he did that. You gotta have, I mean, if we're talking about pieces that we have, there's a whole cave full of pieces that they put together and tried to make things. The problem is, do you have a whole one or a good portion of one or an actual body? That is what's been failed to be done. So when we talk about debunking it, it doesn't debunk evolution itself. So I want to make sure you're familiar with the argument because this is one of its major humps and problems. When we talk about the Cambrian explosion, it suggests that the way evolution happens is not over hundreds of millions of years, but we keep hearing about hundreds of millions of years. And we know humans only existed for 2 million of those. And so instead of looking at the gene pool and at what they're doing right now, scientists are trying to recreate the atmosphere that we had for one of these Cambrian explosions to see if we can get the human species and other species, and then we can really proceed further, right? With saying said thing happened at this time because of these particular environmental controls that we have inside of it, climate, this, that, the other. And we know this is the gene pool that it has, and we can see if humans come out of this gene pool now. So that's what they're seeing. This is why I say it had to be on the molecular level. You don't see a Bigfoot or a Yeti running around here. We have commercials about them. And that's what we suggest with the in-between stages of a gorilla to human being, or bonobo chimpanzee mixing or mating, as they tried to put together at one point in time, becoming a human being. We don't see it. Even with the vitiligo that apes get in their hands and
But that's
fingers,
not what
we don't see
evolution
it.
is
It does
saying
not produce
either.
those things. It does.
Evo-
That's
no,
why
it
it's being
doesn't.
fought.
It doesn't
It
say that.
does. And we
It
can pull up the
doesn't say
You
articles
got
that.
a
that show
crazy
that.
echo, Asar.
Yeah, and anytime it's like me and somebody else with their mics on, it's gonna happen like that.
Okay, gotcha. My bad. Go ahead. Land
Yeah,
your
he
plane.
put the jukes on his mic so nobody could cut him off. I see you. You got to teach me how to do that. But the thing is, for me, like, Evolution doesn't say that, a bonobo is ever going to turn into a human being. Because when we're talking about the split and the last common ancestor, there was no human being and there was no bonobo. That time period, 3 million years ago, there was no, no, I'm sorry, 7 million years ago, there was no bonobos, there was no humans. There was just that common ancestor, that one. And then two branches broke off. And I say branches because we're not talking about one individual, we're talking about a whole group, right? And even in the group, that takes a little while, right? So to even create a group of the same species takes a while. So in the meantime, you can still intermingle with other groups, right? And this is why I was making the equating it to the koi wolf that we see happening right now in northeastern America, right? The koi wolf is a coyote wolf domestic dog mixed breed. And right now, we call it that because it can mate with other koi wolves and make babies, right? So, but it's not its own branch yet because it can still mate with dogs, mate with wolves, with other coyotes. So it can still get gene variations from these other variants, as in the coyote, the wolf, the dog, right? Their babies can still mix with them, building up their own branch at the same time. It's not until the koi wolf can only mate with other koi wolves does it become its own distinct species. That takes a lot of generations to happen. That's the slow process. But right now, we're in the micro process where we're watching the wolf, this koi wolf, switch up with the wolf, the dog, the coyote. Next generation, two coyotes, a dog, the koi wolf. Like it's mixing now, microly. And about time it becomes its own species, we're not even gonna call it a koi wolf no more. It's gonna have a new name.
But how did it come into existence?
I just told you.
So it's man-made.
No,
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
natural.
The
It's
koi wolf
happening
is
naturally
natural.
right now in the woods. Yes, in the wild.
The koi wolf is put together. It's
By
no
who?
different than by man. That's
How?
a mix. That's but because we breeded it.
How? We didn't
When you
breed
take
that the way we breed the tiger and the lion. The
when
tiger and the lion are in a zoo, and then you force them to do it. These coyote, wolf, dogs are stray things that live in the woods between upper New York State into Canada. We ain't got nothing to do with what they're doing besides, putting them in boxes to have to screw each other because of our neighborhood.
that's breeding. That's, that's how you breed it. If it's not going to do it naturally, it's going to have to happen from an act outside of what naturally would happen. So we're taking animals, like I said, when you create the liger, okay, now you got some. Some can even mate, but the majority cannot. And the reason the majority cannot is because it's not something that would happen naturally in nature. A
Yes, it
man has
is something that happens naturally in nature.
a
What
tiger
you're
and a
talking
liger is
about,
not natural.
It's a queen.
exactly.
It's a let him land this plane.
I'm
All right,
sorry. It's just,
you cool. You pulled
You
a
know,
Roy
she's
Chess, or
powerful.
Roy Chess
She's
be pulling you,
powerful.
I guess. No,
She's
I ain't gonna
being
say
a
Roy Chess
powerful
pulling you.
woman tonight. Look, I ain't even mad at her because that's how they be getting
Let
done
me
on
just.
another channel.
Oh, I just muted you. Sorry. I'm sorry. Because I don't want you to echo. But you sounded like Roy Chess when you came in there. You were like, no. Roy Chess is doing that on last week. Shout out Roy Chess, man. One of my favorites. All right,
Nah,
back to y'all.
let her bang a little bit because the women always get cut off on them other channels. So I'm just letting her get,
Okay,
let her cut on me a little bit. Let her have her moments tonight. She all right. She gonna attack. She like, nah, you ain't gonna finish that sentence. I'm on you. That's how she got to be right now.
Yeah, sometimes Kali come out. Sakmet be here. I be having her.
She's straight
But go ahead, do your thing.
She cut me off like 6 times. Let her go. Let her bang. So
okay,
what you gotta?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we just making her tough right
Hey,
now.
can I go now?
Yeah, because I'm happy she did the presentation. Oh, JJ, you here? Go ahead, B.
Let's let him know while this audio sounds good. It actually sounds okay right now. Go ahead, JJ. Get in here while it's good. You're muted, JJ. Unmute and go ahead. Okay. Back to you, Asar.
Here we go. Go ahead, speak, Indigenous. All right, can you hear me now? Go ahead, Indigenous.
Can you tell Indigenous to call my phone? Can you tell him to call my phone? Because your audio sucks. I'm not about to. No. We're not doing this. You got to tell him to call my phone. My phone is in my hand. He got my phone number. Your audio sucks.
Indigenous, go.
Tell Indigenous to call my phone because your audio sucks.
Yeah, JJ. Have Indigenous black man call A1's phone because your phone is chopping up. That way we can hear him when he talks. Say it on A1 phone. Indigenous, you cutting up, family. He telling you because every time you talk, you chop in pieces. We want to hear what you're saying.
Tell Indigenous to call my phone, JJ.
One time. And
hey, Asar, mute your mic, bro.
There are only times that they popped up, and there wasn't no precursors to those forms. Like the form of a dragonfly's wing or its eyes and, the body and all of that. And there was no
You breaking up, man. I don't know what's going on.
Can you tell IBM to call my phone so I can play him clear on my end? He has my phone number.
A1, I'm gonna call JJ real quick. Hold on.
Thank you. I don't have JJ's phone number.
Oh yeah. Oh, you got A1 phone number? Maybe you can go from this or Indigenous. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, tell him call my phone. I'll put him right through.
Okay, baby. A1 said call.
We can hear you.
Yeah, tell him call my phone right now.
A1 said call his phone.
My phone in my hand.
Call Indigenous. You can hear me. Call. You got my number. Yeah. All right. But just call A1 phone to be easier, man. Because I'm in the mountains, bro. It's maybe it's a connection. Kind of slowing up the show. Y'all
going
keep
live
talking to me. I'm
from
having to call your phone.
Going live from a phone booth in Gotham City. We have JJ 7000. How you feeling today? That's what.
Feeling pretty good, man. Was out enjoying. It was 80 degrees here where I was at. Oh yeah, that's right. Asar out here with me. I'm out here with him. However you want to.
Y'all, I'm in Philly right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 80 degrees.
Talk
out
now,
here.
JJ.
Hey, it was out here. About, I went out there about a little. Okay, yeah. But what I'm saying is, I'm trying to get Indigenous back on.
My phone ain't ringing.
Yeah,
tell him to call me. He got my number.
Just right. He got your number already, right?
Yeah, he got my number. He called me a bunch of times. I don't put him
Okay,
on
cool.
before.
All right, I'm gonna have him call you because I'm up here in the mountains, man. I don't know if it's a bad connection or what. I'm in the Springs. Denver is 5280. Up in the Springs, it's like 7,000 something above sea level. Pikes Peak.
Okay, here we go. I got him right here.
Okay.
Okay, let's try this again. Shout out IBM. How you feeling today?
And sister, I admire you.
Hold on,
Oh,
JJ.
there you
Mute
go.
out.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, IBM. You got the floor.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, brother. How's everybody? Peace and love, family. Y'all can hear me, right? Can they hear me good?
Yes, I can
They
hear
must.
you. Peace, peace.
They said yes, and they said peace.
All right. Good. Yeah, sister, I come to speak to you. When we're talking about the Cambrian explosion, there's these forms popped up. They were these were forms that popped up that had no precursors, like the dragonfly or the dung beetles and things of that nature. They didn't have no precursors to them. And when we're talking about natural selection, the only thing we're doing is using the title of Darwin's book because there's no real science behind the origins of species. That book, um, you know, he might have got some things right in his works, but like I said, when it comes down to it, he's just talking about the survival of the fittest and the ones that they deem to be fit, right? Because in his book it says on the origin of the species by means of natural selection or preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. So what's natural about preserving races? Nothing. There's nothing natural about preserving races. Natural selection is when you have an island maybe and 1,000 years goes by, nobody messes with it, nobody visits. Whatever's left on, whatever's there on that island, that's natural selection. But when you're preserving the people to be, alive, unalived or alive, which later through eugenics was put into practice, his first cousin, Francis Galton, that's neo-Darwinism right there. And that's the survival of the fittest, and we're the lesser species, and that comes from Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, who weaponized the term race, and then it goes to Malthus, who is one of Darwin's. He looked up to Malthus, and Malthus was the person who started the population control movement. So I gave you the person who started the race movement and created craniometry and created the term Caucasian. That's Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. And then Malthus comes out to him. He's the population control guy. He's the first to talk about the population, how he should just get rid of the unfit and the people who are, not one of the favored races, shall we say. And then we get to Darwin and, the white hair, the blonde haired, blue eyed narrative starts to pop up, same one that Hitler used. And then here comes his first cousin, Francis Galton, putting all that into action and making it a reality, sterilizing, starting with his own first, the white people, and then coming with the, sterilizing of the black people in the Negro Project and things of that nature, which turned into, the Negro Project was started in 1939. And it ended in 1942 and became Planned Parenthood. But her first clinic was in around 1913, 1916 in Brownsville, New York. Doing it to us.
Wait, can I?
And eugenics, yeah, that's a wicked.
Hold on, IBM. They want to ask you a question. Hold on.
I don't know. Can he hear me?
Nope. I gotta repeat your question to him.
Okay. I
Hold
have
on.
two.
You know what? Let me put you on the TV before you ask the question. Maybe he will be able to hear you on speakerphone. And you got the.
Okay. I'm just wondering if he can hear me, but maybe not because you're on mute. I don't know. I'm gonna talk anyway, right? This is, and I get where you coming from.
He can hear you.
Okay. I get where you coming from, but this wasn't that, right? Like what you're coming at me with is like some racial science, and I know that exists, right? but that doesn't stop evolution. And I'm still confused about the Cambrian explosion, like what y'all are trying to say about that, because I'm not getting it. You're not really explaining it in a way to make me understand how does the diversity of life in the Cambrian explosion somehow debunks the evolution that explains the diversity in life. I'm confused.
Well, they already conceded that it didn't, but on
Oh,
IBM's end,
he's
right? I think what it is every time you mention Darwinism, and this is just, I put it in the live chat too, so everybody can see it. Every time you mention Darwinism, people are compelled and triggered to mention things about scientific racism as a subconscious way to try to get away from the relationship that we have through bioevolutionary processes.
yeah, because like I just
And,
feel
and
like
and and that's
yeah, go ahead.
all it is. That's all it is. No, you can go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, because I just feel like that's not what I was talking about at all. And it does come from, and I do get it because, like, there is a history of white people wilding in science. Like, duh. But does that make science not true now? Somehow? Right? Like, how you feel about Darwin and eugenics and like, we went all the way to Planned Parenthood. Like, how you feel about those things doesn't change the fact that Australopithecus is real. So if you're not saying that Australopithecus isn't a real species with fossils that we have dug up, then I don't. We can change the subject, but then now I got to put on my feminism hat because like we're not going to pretend like that's not coming. But you can let the brother speak. I just yeah, you
Okay,
could go
go
ahead.
ahead, IBM. You can respond.
Um, yes, sister. The reason why I brought up what I brought up, especially the Darwin part, was because that theory is Darwin's. That theory of evolution is Darwin's. It's that easy. And then when I'm talking about the Cambrian explosion, and it's just a theory, remember that. The law of conservation of mass and energy debunks evolution. I've done a presentation on that also, where the law of conservation of mass and energy states that something cannot come from nothing. All right, so when you had your Darwin creating his story about evolution and how all these things happen, that he wasn't the first. That was Carl Linnaeus. He had anthropomorpha. All right, so that's why I take you back to the origins of these things, because they matter. He was the first one to bring out the monkey madness. He was the first one to say that we came from 4 different types of monkeys, and one of them was named Lucifer. He was the one who created taxonomy. Okay? So when you're classifying humans and plants and animals, all this, you're chattel into the same classifications, basically. All right? And then you go, like I said, to Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, who created the race theory. Let that sink in. This is the man who weaponized the term race, split humanity into 5 different groups. All right? And put the whites on the top and the blacks on the bottom. That's a pyramid system. You ever heard of that? That's what that is. That's a pyramid system. Okay? He created craniometry. That's the studying of the skull that, so-called scientific minds in this community love to talk about, when that stuff is madness. And let me tell you how mad it is. He said that white people are the origins of humanity because skulls are white. Now, have you ever seen a human skull that wasn't white? But that's why he said humanity started as white people, because the skulls in his craniometry were white. Does that sound like science? There's a man pointing saying you, and you in Charles Darwin's book on the origins of species by means of natural selection or preservation of favored races. Who's doing the choosing? Who's doing the preserving? It's these wicked scientists. And they're pointing the finger saying, you, not you, you. And all black people were considered to be the imbeciles and the idiots that needed to be exterminated. Darwin said it. Galton said it. Margaret Sanger said it. This is your origins of eugenics. And the man who created eugenics, Darwin's first cousin, who was 12 years younger than him, all this stuff was put into action long ago. And they're just, passing the lie evolves down the line to state that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic white man is the greatest thing on earth, and we're the lowest. And they got us believing that type of stuff today, and believing that Darwin was a good man, believing Margaret Sanger was just trying to help, and the only thing she was putting out was contraception.
All right, brother. I think it's her turn to respond to you, bro. Let her respond, cause.
Yeah, go ahead, fam. I'm sorry.
I just feel like you came here to talk about something else that has nothing to do with what I spoke about tonight. And I think it's kind of rude a little bit because like what I spoke about has nothing to do with eugenics, right? And you keep on, and I feel like you throw out the Cambrian explosion to say something, but you don't actually say anything about it to debunk it or to speak to it, because like you saying nothing can be made out of, I mean, something can't be made out of nothing, but then abiogenesis will prove that wrong, but abiogenesis has nothing to do with the Cambrian explosion. So it's like you're starting see, this is what I'm talking about. Hold on. The Big Bang is not evolution. The abiogenesis is not evolution, because evolution talks about the diversity of life on the planet. That's it. It has nothing to do with the universe. It has nothing to do with the start of the life, right? And you keep on using the Cambrian explosion. So you really came here to talk to me about eugenics that you're highly upset about. Me too. Right? But like, I'm beyond being upset at eugenics because science debunked eugenics. The way we view science now is different from how they were talking back then. And Darwin was not the first person to talk about evolution. There were other people talking about evolution in their own type of ways. I spoke about it in my presentation. So I don't want to argue with you about that. I actually agree with you about eugenics and all of that stuff. But like, it's just off topic to what I spent my time doing recently. So can we talk about the Cambrian explosion or?
And he pretty much did.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, sister, if I went off topic. I'm sorry if I messed anything up over here. I didn't try to, but this just slips over people's heads that eugenics is neo-Darwinism, sister. And Charles Darwin, like I said, Francis Galton is Charles Darwin's first cousin. He looked up to his first cousin, who was only 12 years older than him. Yes, this is this is eugenics is neo-Darwinism. Okay? So, I don't know why y'all can't understand that, and I'm not I didn't try to mess up anything. But
no, it's just that I never spoke about eugenics.
How to discern and put it all into its proper timeline, sister. So, but I'm sorry if you think I wasn't trying to mess anything up. I'm sorry, okay?
Yeah. No, it's all good, but it's just like I never spoke about eugenics, right? I was talking about DNA and genetics, right? And I'm pretty sure if somebody came to your house right now and was like, "Hey, you the daddy, we going to get that DNA test." So we believe in DNA, right? And that's what I stuck with tonight. That's all I'm saying.
Appreciate you calling in, IBM.
I appreciate
No doubt, man.
Keep y'all's heads high, your grass low, and stop lying to my people. And I love all y'all. All right, peace.
Yes, sir.
Have a good night. You said keep y'all grass cut and y'all heads high and quit lying to my people. Y'all have a good night.
Peace, peace. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. On another night, we could definitely agree about eugenics. Not even talk about it. We could agree on eugenics. Okay.
But just like I was saying earlier, that's just an argument. That's one of the many argument tactics that they'll make to try to go against evolutionary biology and our relationship to apes. All they're doing is being triggered by the word Darwin, just because you merely mentioned Darwin to educate everybody on the fact that ancient people understood and demonstrated this relationship, and they use that to jump all over you about his connection to eugenesis and all this other crap. There's plenty of scientists, right, who make contributions to
Real quick,
society.
we got some super chats, y'all. We got some super chats. Shout out Il Doctor, and he says a theory should be judged on evidence, not misuse in its application. Rejecting evolution because of Darwinism views equals thinking error. Rejecting special relativity because of nukes equals similar error. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you. And we also have one from. It's a little loud.
That's correct. That's along the lines of what I was talking about.
Yep.
Exactly. Exactly.
And we also
But they
have
use
one
that as a tactic.
from Michigan's Natural Living. He says, high vibes to the Titan panel. Thanks, A1, for giving us another great broadcast. Appreciate you, Michigan's Natural Living. Appreciate you, Il Doctor. Back to you,
Thank you.
Tootie.
Thank
And
you.
back to you, Tahuti. And it's a queen.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up because right after I said he's gonna do what I thought he was gonna do, he pretty much did it, and you pretty much stood on your square and you did it. You had a great presentation, and don't let people who try to harp on Darwinism and his connections to eugenics or their phobia of apes to try to knock you off your square. You did a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
You already know I'm gonna stand on my square.
I'm excited for 1.2 or 102. This 101, right? Yep, let's go. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me some time so I can be even better prepared. But definitely.
Yeah, you had an excellent presentation tonight. Um, as I said when you were offline. Uh, yup. I just would say familiar, get even more familiar, lean more into the arguments and pull out proofs to debunk those arguments. Cause they coming. Um, some people will do what the brother's saying. They'll lean into, oh, you're connected to Darwin. But some people are just saying this divergent evolution outside of a species is damn near an impossibility. And this is when you got to know the different forms of evolution, the convergent, the divergent, and the parallel. So a lot of people in the community, I see, they don't know much about it. They only know divergent evolution, so they're lost. And they'll be like, no, I'm not saying this, but you're bringing up all the Darwin talking points, not you in particular, but that's generally what they do. And then I have to, I have to go upside the head. No, that's not how this works. No, that's not how a theory works. There's a difference between a theory and a fact, which I had to tighten up our older brother on so he could get his stuff together. But these are the things, as you combat this more, I want you to look into the chemical problems with evolution and look into the convergent methods of solving them, which will make it a lot easier than the divergent methods of solving them. Even the parallel ones that you see that are in close conjunction with the convergent, lean towards those, because the divergent is excellent within a species. It's almost like physics. Newton works on a big level, quantum physics works on the smaller level. And when you're talking about evolution, divergent works on the smaller level within a species, convergent appears to work, and parallel appear to work on the bigger level. And these are the things that you'll get into. Like if I start naming doctors and stuff, this doctor says so and so, blah 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 blah, and he mentioned the fossil record and showed clearly that there was holes. You don't want nobody coming up on your panel running you down like that. So as you start to get into this phase, I like to see it. I love when the women get busy, and I'm gonna land the plane right there.
Whew. You're funny. Cause like I said, this is Evolution 101. I don't know why you wouldn't think I knew what convergent versus divergent evolution was. I guess because I didn't present it, so I get that. But this was introduction to what I was planning on to be continuing, right? So wait on it, and I'm gonna show you, some new things.
We look forward to it.
But yeah, I've been talking for about 4 hours now. Throat is getting tired. So, is anybody have any like last questions? Because I'm about to call it a night.
No, like I said, you did good. I just want to close out with
Yep, let's do
the fact
closeouts.
that
We'll start with you, Tahuti.
yeah, I agree with Asarium Kai. We definitely need more women to come on the panel and give presentations and be revolutionary. Because we definitely need more revolutionary women. We're really lacking in that area. So I'm really looking forward to your presentation. I actually owe an apology to the Hebrews out there, because there are some books named after women in the Bible, but when I was going to Bible study and going to church, I never got asked to open up to the book of Ruth, so I must have forgot that. But anyway, I'm definitely looking forward to your presentation about women, and how they're definitely looked down on and demonized in the Bible. So more power to you, Hotep.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Right, everybody come out tomorrow for the face off. Don't forget 8 p.m.
Tomorrow for the face off. I want to show your flyer, but I'm about to change the picture that you gave me, so I'm just gonna wait, and they'll get to see it tomorrow. Because I'm gonna stay
Oh,
consistent with your afro thing, so I'm about to switch your whole.
okay, okay.
Close out JJ7K on the bottom. Closing remarks.
Right, yeah, man. Peace and blessings, man. Great show tonight. I admire sister coming up here doing her thing. Just remember, you're going to be challenged because a lot of us have different views, but you can agree to disagree at the end of the day, because like you can connect with like-minded people that relate to you, and we will connect with like-minded people that's observing our information. So it's never no winners or losers. It's how you connect with your people. With that being said, shout out to the Lions Den, JJ7KT, sorry, if
Whoa,
Kai,
whoa,
Tahuti,
whoa,
Afar,
whoa.
Emmett A.
Miss
Buck,
Lisa. You
You see
just
them
let some
bars?
deep wisdom in there. Where you get that from, man?
Yeah, it's
You
top of the
know, that's
dome.
cool.
Yeah, but yeah, man.
I
I love
like
y'all,
that,
man.
man.
And stay tuned. Yeah, stay tuned for me and Humble's preliminary face-off coming soon. We ain't got a date yet, but the topic is about the ancient Kemetic practice retainer sacrifices, and we're gonna go into the Book of the Dead. Sorry, real quick, what's your thoughts on the retainer sacrifice? Remember when I came over there on Smash Rock World Show and I had to teach them a little bit about it? Go ahead.
I mean,
Yeah,
for a
go ahead.
star, there's definitely some people who got knocked off on an altar. There's a particular altar that they had in Abydos, where if you was from the enemy side, you your blood was going to get dashed on that altar for sure. So there's there's certain things, but y'all about to debate. So big up to JJ7K, big up to my little brother Humble, and these are those moments, these are those classes. Let's get it in.
Yes, yes. We're down to the last four people in the tournament that I have going right now. So about 2 weeks, that'll be closing out. We're about to start the women's tournament and the new men's tournament simultaneously. So yeah, you two are in the opening round of the new tournament. That's your opponent. Like you're already locked in. I'm just making sure it happens. So we're gonna do it like that, and yeah, it's gonna be a
Okay, well, if
five
you're gonna
hundred
do
dollar
it,
grand
okay,
prize again. It's gonna be another $500 grand prize.
yeah, I'm
fifty
gonna go and jump
dollars.
in then since you
Yeah,
said that.
yep. $500 grand prize. $50 for each win on the road to the finals. Um, may the odds be forever in your favor. And I mean, you know what? Let me go ahead and play this commercial for the women's tournament because since we are on our women's empowerment stuff today, shout out to my daughter. This actually was her idea, so I can't even take credit for what you're seeing here. My 13-year-old daughter came up with this. Uh,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Coliseum of Arguments. 8 women step into the arena, not to play games, but to wage intellectual combat. This isn't trash talk, this is logic versus logic, sources versus sources, scholarship under the lights. Win a round, win $50 cash. Keep winning and walk out with $500 in the crown. Each competitor represents a brand, an ideology, a team they're ready to go to war on the hill for. Every claim challenged, every source checked, every moment judged. So we ask you, are you not entertained? Enter the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the strongest minds survive. This is Titans Debate League.
Go ahead, A1. Go ahead, A1. You know, I tried this long time ago. It didn't fall.
oh, I'm gonna make it fall through. We got more than enough women, even if
Hey,
even if
yeah, but
half of
I
these
tried this
back
long
out.
time ago. They talked about it. Nah, we don't need the women having their own. I'm like, come on, y'all. Yeah, I
Oh, I'm
love it.
not
That's
worried.
what's
I'm
up.
not worried about what people talking about. I'm doing this for my daughter, so it ain't about nobody but her. I wanted to show her that this is possible,
Yeah, man.
and
Like I
I'm about
say,
to make
I,
her
I
dreams come
tried this
true,
years ago,
even
bro.
if,
I
if she the
promise
only
you.
one that watch it.
Make it happen. Make it
Yeah,
happen.
it's happening for sure.
Please
And
do. I
add me
tried
to
this
the
long time
list.
ago
What
and it fell through bad.
happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is awesome right here. Yep.
And yeah, down there, special guest, we have Issa Queen. I just have to update this. So you'll be seeing a new one come out in the next 2 days. I've been gathering pictures from everybody to start their matchup
That's what's up.
flyers.
Yeah, this is gonna be
So you'll be
powerful right
seeing
here.
yeah, next
Dulcinea.
week. Yeah, next week the advertisements will be rolling out. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's lovely. I'm proud on that one.
Yes, yes, yes. I actually have more than enough women, but I don't want to flood the tournament. And I want to keep it small so that way I can focus on the advertisements and the interviews. I want to do
Right.
pre-debate
Yeah,
interviews
the
with
final
each
8. That's cool.
person.
That's 3 rounds of debates.
Yeah, exactly. The men's tournament was 16, so they had to go through a few more rounds than the women have to go through. But yeah, equal pay at least over here for the women.
Hilarious.
Equal pay for the women, and they got to do less work. It's okay. We got y'all. The Titans Debate League. This is about to be history. I'm about to make history. I feel like with this one.
Yep. This
Yeah,
history, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. This history right here.
I'm
Yep.
excited. I've seen all of these women in action in some form or another, whether it's in the back chats, chopping heads off, or in actual debate form. So yeah, this is about to be dope. Let's go. Shout out Issa Queen for filling in that guest spot. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm glad to see all of these ladies, getting it in. I'm excited to meet them, actually.
Yeah, advertisements rolling out Monday, and then we'll be scheduling interviews next week. So be looking forward to this, as well as Issa Queen tomorrow night. Face off with Gideon, 8 p.m. Don't miss it. Closeout remarks is Sar M. Kai. I forgot we was closing out. I'm thinking we just still streaming. My bad. We about to leave. Let's go. Sar M. Kai. My
Yeah.
apologies.
I kind of got him back going. Go ahead, sir.
What do I want to say? I like when the sisters hop out like that. And fellas, y'all see how I let her cut me off and stuff tonight? Let her get in her moment too. Because on these other channels, what happens? A female might get hype and she might get cut off. Almost every time she's cut off. And it don't matter what channel we're on, it'll take place. So I would like to see some females producing their own channel. I would like to see them in more discussions and debates. And I would like to see them start to push some of their own research. You got a lot of females who push their own research, and don't just follow. You might start following because you're getting into something, but once you start to get your footing, put your foot down. You know what I'm saying? So we can see what you're working with. Because at the old statement says a nation is no bigger than its woman, and we look to the women to see how the nation is in it is in its own status. And when we see how its own status reflects upon the living of the people, the woman is usually the head of that. In ancient Kemet, the lineage went through the woman, and in New America, you judge everything by how the woman is doing, and the men usually put their foot in their mouth. Our current president is doing just that. Do your thing, Issa Queen.
One of my favorite sayings of all time is you judge wait, I can't even think of it. It's something like you judge something by the I'll come back to it.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
No, it's not. It's I can't even remember. You judge something by the smile on the woman's face. I can't remember. It'll come to me later. God Energy. We were doing closing remarks. You want to close out?
Yeah. I caught all of the presentation. I didn't catch everything that came afterwards, but I thought it was dope. Letting people know that the past is still here with us with the avian dinosaurs, the reptilian brain. I think y'all got a lot of good things going on over here. Shout out to y'all. And I can't wait to see part 2.
Thank you.
Really
Appreciate
excited.
it.
And that saying came to me. You judge a man's success by the smile on the woman next to him. So, yeah.
Hey, at least you're a humble queen. I will say that.
That is the saying.
Take notes. She's a very humble queen. Yeah, is a queen.
He should have
See
just
what
said
I'm
happy
saying? Yeah.
wife, happy life. No,
She was saying, is a queen.
You judge a man's
Country
success
ass.
by the smile on the
That's
woman
that
next to
country.
him.
I
I
like
is a
that
If
too.
this
queen.
woman looking mean and frowning, he's not that successful. I guess that's
Yeah, yeah, funny. But I do need to close out because I am tired. I'm not gonna lie. But
all right. Have a good night, Queen. We'll
yeah, I just want to
see you
say,
tomorrow.
yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
just want to say real quick. Thank everybody for listening. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for giving the platform. Appreciate it. Um, come through for tomorrow because it's gonna be a whole different subject, and I'm about to put my ladies hat on, and I really don't know what the brother's gonna have to say, but we're gonna see what he's gonna say. So thank y'all for having me again, and y'all have a good night.
Good night. Amazing presentation. Thank you for blessing the channel. See you tomorrow. God Energy closed out. Debate Deathmatch, you closed out. Switch your icon about 6 different times. I like that one. We're gonna close out with the song by Connie Sun, Cleveland native, Same Heart. I usually listen to him on Spotify, but you can check him out on all platforms. Head on over to his Facebook and tell him A1 sent you. And remember my motto: treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. I want to shout out everybody who came up here tonight. Amazing panel. Sister Issa Queen dropped some dope information. Um, this is one I'm about to watch on the playback tomorrow. Probably I'm gonna wake up and start this all over again in the morning, so that way I can actually absorb this information because I was working through half of it. Um,
Yeah.
Sharing the link and responding to
One.
people.
I want to say
So,
thank you for
but
making
she
my.
killed the game, man. She definitely did her thing. I'm really happy about this because evolution is something that people are so confused about, and she went over the basics and covered it for everybody. So when people are confused, I'm just literally going to refer them to this video. Go ahead, JJ. You can talk. Oh yeah, we can kick it, JJ. We ain't got to rush off. Go ahead. We
Things
can
that
chill for a little bit.
yeah. I want to listen. I want to thank you for making my dream come true with the women's tournament. Cause I tried this. I tried this before, and
Yeah.
all the guys in the dean was against it. Nah, they don't need that. So what I did, I just started taking the women over to Sarnetta and having a debate. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
this is
No, they need their own tournament, bro.
I
I'm
can't wait for
paying them.
this. I cannot wait.
It's going
But yeah,
down.
man.
Like
So when is me and the brother gonna do our
Oh, you and
yeah.
I really
So
want
when is
to.
me and the brother
I
gonna
ain't
do
want to
like
scare you away
Issa?
by saying
Yeah.
30 days because you're gonna try to make it happen before it end. But can you give it 30 days to just hype it up?
I've been had 10
I'll
debates,
put the
buddy.
graphics together for you. I'll put the graphics together for you.
Yeah, you still let me.
But look, no, I got something else we need to talk about though tomorrow. I need something
But
else that I need
still,
your
look.
help on. You wanted to judge. I got a
Okay,
debate I
well,
want you
all
to
right,
judge. You know what I'm saying?
all
I'm
right.
gonna have some guest judges for this specific debate.
Oh, for sure.
And we're gonna do something fun and just do something different to mix it up. So
Yeah,
I want to use you, not use you, but have you dare them
yeah. I
on
don't
because you got
mind. You
experience in
know,
the game. Ain't
yeah,
nobody tripping about it. Everybody's on board with what we do. You know, it's just to
right.
have some fun because we do everything so by the book. I've been doing everything so by the book, man. I just want to have some fun with it sometimes. The exhibition debates, I can, what Jay-Z
I
say?
see y'all here networking.
Unbutton the shirt and loosen up
Yeah,
the tie. Step inside the booth. Superman is alive. I'm on my Superman,
there you go.
but lax at the same time with it. So
Yeah, man.
we about to make it happen. What else what you trying to get into over here, man? The platform
Mm-hmm.
open. All you gotta do is
Yeah,
holler at
man. You
me.
doing good?
I'm here to serve the public, man. So I don't got no picks. I'll put anybody on and let the public pick apart their information. Hold on, let me pause that. Sorry about that. If they sue though, they gonna get beat up and ran off, or be a pseudo who ends up sticking around. But
For sure.
they weed themselves out,
Hey,
or they fall in line
can
with
you set up
with
an
the.
exhibition debate between me and Cosmo? No. Hey, me and say like
I have not, man. You can do whatever
Yeah,
you
make the
want.
OI
If
speak.
Sayla want to do it, I don't know Sayla to ask him, no. But I would love to have Sayla over here. I'm hip to his work. He's a dope musician as well. I
Oh, you
think
don't know him?
does he
Okay,
drop a
I know
song
all them
every
guys, man.
debate? Because I want a song to go with the debate.
Oh
If
yeah,
that's what he
actually
do,
too.
because I see he had
He's
a
an
video
actor.
for the one. I'm like, oh, this fire. He did the video. I'm like, oh yeah, he took it to a whole new level. Yeah, please
Yeah.
bring him over
Hey,
here
look,
because he's a showman. He
this
did a
was look
video
at the
for the
BB.
debate. He
Hey,
10,000
listen.
bonus points. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, he did a diss track on me after we had our team debate. Yeah, he
I didn't
decent,
know that.
but
That's what's
he better be rapping because when it comes to these debates, he's out of his lane. You hear me? Yeah, man.
Hey, you better
But
be careful. He
let
been
me see
taking
what I got
hands
coming
off,
up.
man.
I really can't get no
I think
debates.
he on a winning streak right now.
Oh,
So,
did you see what I did to Brother Sanchez the other day?
I
I
missed it.
I went on his platform and beat him up like in 10 minutes. That's all the time I got. He talked for 2 hours. The show was supposed to be JJ7000 come debunk my Jesus is the serpent in the garden information. So I said, yeah, I come over and teach. Man, but he wouldn't let me on the stage for he talked for 2 hours. All that talking, and all I needed was 10 minutes. And then he started muting me. Then he threw me off. Then you know what he did? He put the video on membership only. I said, look, okay. I said, okay.
Whoa,
I'm gonna go buy the membership so I can get my information. Yeah, you ain't
Support
getting
the
around
brother
this.
Sanchez, man. Support the brother. I didn't know he had a members only thing. I'm gonna just go pay for the membership
Yeah,
just to
man.
support him, man.
Hey, shout
I
out.
support Sanchez. I ain't gonna lie. I've been listening to Sanchez for a long
Yeah,
time. I'm a
yeah.
big fan of Sanchez.
Oh my
And then I saw that he does
He
work
all
with
over the
another brother
place,
who
man.
I really like. And they be talking about a lot of esoteric stuff. And like he's got a channel just as big as Sanchez's that I saw him on, and I was surprised that they was even doing work together. So I was like, oh man, he's branching out, he's networking. Like, oh yeah, Sanchez is the real deal,
brother.
man.
I
Sanchez
went
is
on there
dope,
and gave
man.
him I fell out there.
I ain't gonna lie, like I don't care about who's right, wrong,
Bro,
whatever. Sanchez gets up every
he
day
got y'all fooled,
and
bro.
puts
Listen,
on the
his
show.
DJ here,
Like
let him up.
he brings that information every
Sanchez can't beat me,
single
bro.
day. No, but every single day he gets online and stands on
Do
his
you understand?
square every
Bro, you
single day.
cheerleading for
Though
the wrong guy,
everybody
man.
ain't taking. I'm not cheerleading for anybody. I'm giving credit for people who are putting in work in the game. I'm not saying who's right, wrong, number one, number
Oh,
three,
just
number two.
listen. The information
I'm
is
just.
pseudo, bro. He talking
It
about
don't
the
matter, man. He
Egyptians is
gets up every day
terrorists.
and he's putting in
Did,
work.
did you
You
hear what I
you
said?
challenging him, ain't you? So he's doing something. What you
Yeah, I
mean?
mean, he putting in work.
He doing
putting in the
enough for you
wrong
to
type
step
of
out
work,
there
though.
and challenge him,
Listen,
and you claim
Lord, can
yourself
you
to
hear
be
me,
one of the best. So yeah,
bro? That's right.
you
That's why
know.
he got beat up.
So
It's a
I'm gonna
30-minute
acknowledge
video.
that.
I can show it to you. He got beat up. Hey, you hear me?
I'm gonna acknowledge that. You were
Hey,
supposed to. I
he
made a
got beat up in
graphic so
10
that way
minutes,
you could.
and
I made a graphic for you so that way you can get at him. I thought you was gonna come
let
on
me
here
see the
and
graphic,
do a
man.
healthy
I like to
refutation.
be a cartoon. Let me see.
You want to see the graphic? I'm gonna show it to you right now.
You hear me?
I'm not gonna change her
Let me see the
background, but I'm
graphic,
gonna pull
man.
it up as another
Yeah,
image.
I like
Let me
that you
show
had me
you.
on the line, though. I like that.
I'm not gonna lie, this is
All
one of
right,
the
go
best
ahead.
animations I done did with you and Sanchez. I'm like, wait, man, that this you got to do this week because I put my foot in these graphics for you. You told me to make this. You don't even remember you told me to make
Yeah,
this.
bro, I'll come over.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me see what you got. That look like Bobby Brown up there. That ain't me.
That's why. Hold on, let me pull him.
What the
Why you
hell
talking
going
about my
on?
homie like that? Hold on. I'm searching in the folder and I gotta go back and pull
Oh,
the
my
homie
fault.
down. You funny, man. That was funny.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Let me load this graphic.
I'm like, what the hell?
You
That
is
ain't me.
hilarious, man.
Man, y'all hit that
Okay.
like, share, and subscribe, man. We
It
doing
should
big
be
things, man. Yeah.
It should be an episode.
Hey, I'm gonna bring over. I'm gonna bring over my comedic elder over. He's 70 years old. You hear me?
Let's go. Let's go.
He cold
I'll
with
make it.
he can speak
I
metaneta. Like he broke
swear.
out 2 paragraphs for doing this for years. Like, man, y'all can't even speak a paragraph.
I
Reggie.
need some. I need somebody who
You
can
hear
come
me,
teach a
Reggie?
little bit of
Jabari?
meta over here, but still make it entertaining. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I got somebody for you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's what
bring
we
the
need.
elder, bro. I'm gonna bring the elder. Yeah. Patar. Look him up on YouTube.
Where is it at?
The
My
brother has a
bad.
book out called The Cosmic Egg. He actually is listen, A1. He actually survived the cult of OWASP. These are white folks. This ain't no internet OWASP. And he telling you, do not deal with that. So I'm gonna bring him.
You see the
I'm gonna bring
screen?
Brother Daryl McDay over here. He goes against
You see
I
the
don't see
screen?
yeah. Yeah, man. Look at yeah. See, Sanchez, I don't know about yeah, I like that, man. Yeah, boy, that's cold with it. Look at 7,000 on the line. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
I'm
I
cheesing
got you,
ear to
man.
ear. You hear it? Look at this. Look at my little spear. Yeah, that's love, man.
Yeah,
When,
yeah,
when you want me to come do this, man?
man. Take your time, man.
Hey,
Whenever
when
you're
you want me
ready,
to come
man.
do this? Now I can really teach the information.
Whenever you're ready,
Hey, I'm
I
ready
want you to
probably
do a
any
healthy
soon. What's
reputation. I
today?
don't want you to come over here
Uh,
and come at him. I want you to take your time, find something that you actually disagree with for a
nah, bro.
reason, and take
Listen,
down the information if there is
yeah,
some that you disagree with.
it's never me
I'm
coming,
not,
bro.
you
I
know,
always come
I
with the
like Sanchez. I'm not for the personal
information.
attacks. Don't have me up here defending him all night because you're trying to personally attack me.
Much,
Just come
yeah.
for the
Hey, we can do
information,
that
man. Yeah, do a healthy
because now I
refutation.
can really get my information out.
Yeah, man, come up here, man. Because like I say, I love Sanchez. I've been rocking with him for a minute. I ain't gonna lie. So
We
I
breaking
like a
up.
lot of this stuff he puts out. I like his energy. He's super
JJ don't
positive,
do
man.
man.
So come up here,
You
be
gonna see.
respectful, do a healthy reputation,
Look,
but bring
I
that
tell you
fire
what.
like you
Look.
always do, like we
See
know
if you
what to
can get a
expect from JJ, man.
right.
So and that's what I want, man. Yeah, come do that for me, man. Shout out me on
A1.
the graphics, man. I killed these. This is a little
Oh,
animation right here. This is the background for real. So when you come, this is gonna be the background
if
for
you
your
can get
show.
him to come out of his fish bowl and come over here.
I'll send him an email.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I'll even maybe try to
See if
hop
you can
on
get him
his.
here where it's moderated right. Where he
I watch him all the
yeah.
time. I never hop in his group chat or in his call though. I don't know. I don't know. I just never. I'm always watching, taking notes, and trying to learn instead of trying to. I don't be in there trying to debate, but I'll hop in there and
Yeah.
ask him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
I'm
I
sure. He might
guarantee.
know who I am. So.
Yeah, man. Hey, thank you
I
very
got him in
much,
his
man.
fire
I sure
ass
appreciate
outfit.
this.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
know, you
He in
be
that
acting like you
leather.
mad at me sometimes. You
No,
put
I
me in the
just be having
commercial.
fun,
Yeah,
man.
man.
I don't ever be mad, man.
Yeah. But
I just be having
Sanchez, see,
fun
the
with you.
problem with Sanchez, I like it, man. I love it. Yeah, I know you be trolling, nigga, Negro. But listen, talking about he would jump from Kundalini to Hinduism and Buddhism and
Mm.
Gnostic teachings,
Syncretism.
trying to put
See,
all that
look, you
in the
about to have me
Bible and
defending them
compare and say,
already.
look, see,
Syncretism, bro. You don't know what syncretism is? What do you mean?
okay, man. Hey, did you see that? You must have seen the video. You must have seen the. I think did I send it to you?
He
I was just
bridges
over
the
there two
gap
days
in
ago and beat the
truth
crap out
across
of him.
different
He beat
cultures
him
and
up
times.
so
You gotta
bad
watch the brother.
in front of his
He all right.
audience.
Go ahead, JJ. My bad.
Look, I beat him up so bad in front of his audience, right? Hold on, A1. It might be a delay. I think it's a delay.
You got the floor.
Yeah, it's gonna be funny. I'm telling you, Sanchez, he ain't gonna come over here, y'all. I
All right, we got.
promise you. The dude mixes in people. See,
Let's go ahead and end the show. And we will see you very soon with this JJ Calls Out Brother Sanchez episode. We're going to end with the song by Connie Sun Same Heart. Check him out on Spotify, actually all platforms, and head on over to his Facebook and tell him A1 sent you. Any closing remarks, JJ?
All right, here goes Connie Sun, same heart. Remember my motto: treat your smile like your money, and never let them steal it. Peace.
We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay it for the time you was hating. You gon' pay it for the time you was dirty macking. You gon' pay it for the time that you hit on women. You pay it for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mental, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss her. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating. You gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking. You gon' pay for the time that you hit on women. You pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hit, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chatter. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in frontin'. I told younger nigga make him something. You told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother. Even through it all, still know I love you. But every second I think I trust you. I'm smart in the game. You made it hard in the game. I'm loving, I started the lane. I'm hard as they came. Melody target they brain, and they draw like a mark to a flame. How far I done came. You was not part of the blame. You was just part of the strain. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it. And I'm the one taking the blame for it. They the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating. You gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking. You gon' pay for the time that you hit on women. You pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart. Chill to turn umbrella when your bill party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Cause being broke leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? It ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. Yeah. 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 Never. Could never. Could never. Could never. Go hard or go home when you in this game. Always use your blanket when you switching lanes.
Ain't no limit when the spirit is. I've been willing like a fake to feeling. Never talk loud, but he still don't get. You can block with the Lord already written. I got grace in my walk that's dripping, feeling. Faith don't fold, I'm built different. Ain't no limit when the spirit in it. Whole team eat, God's a kitchen. Fame on me, that's a whole new ticket. Never throw shots, but he still can't hit it. Woke up blessed and the king done did it. Purpose on lock and the word gon' fit it. Praise too strong, I can sit with critics. Light go shine when the soul stay lifted. Ain't no limit, every line gets vivid. The spirit to the wheel, I just ride when he pivot. Used to be broke, still pray through drought. Now I'm flooding my pain, that's faith, no doubt. Devil throw shade, I just reroute. Talk that talk, the word got clout. Spirit ain't dry, no part, no break. God in control, that wheel don't shake. Flesh won't fame, but the soul won't peace. Whole new way when the hate decrease. Only drip on me, can't dry my shine. Crowd stay gold to the kingdom vine. Blessing on blessing, line on line. Ain't no limit when the Lord align. Pressure hit hard, but the grace hit harder. Walk by faith, that's a real deal armor. Never set traps, but I'm always smarter. God read the script and I follow the author. Whenever my flesh feel hard to defeat, I remember Philippians 4:13. Say your word, I can do all things through Christ, my Lord, who strengthened me. Don't need no 556 or 223. John chapter 14, verse 16, that's key. So I look to the sky when I'm feeling that need, and your Holy Spirit still comfort me. Ain't no limit. Ain't no limit, oh, limit. Ain't no limit, oh, limit. Ain't no limit when the spirit in it. I've been winning, I can't fake the feeling. Devil talk loud, but he still don't get it. Can't block what the Lord already written. I got grace in my walk that's dripping fitted. Faith don't fold, I'm built different. Ain't no limit when the spirit in it. Home team me, got the kitchen. Favor on me, that's a whole new ticket. Devil throw shots, but he still can't hit it. Woke up blessed, the king done did it. Purpose on lock and the word gon' fit it. Praise too strong, I can sit with critics. Light gon' shine when the soul stay lifted. Ain't no limit, if it like it's vivid. Spirit take a wheel, I just ride when he pivot. Fake my currency, bag in prayer. All my pearls, brains like bell. Talking that smoke, but the wind don't kill. God clear path, I just breathe that hell. Eyes on heaven, feet on dirt. Still get praise when the days feel hurt. Walk by faith, not sight, I'm good. Holy in the hood, still misunderstood. They see glow, think chain not light. I'm just charged up close from Christ. Spirit too high, can't match my plight. Ain't no limit when you moving right. Devil want war, but he low on might. God said speak, so I walk in sight. Purpose too big, can't dim my life. Ain't no limit when you live and cry. I know little love. I know little love. I know little love. Ain't no limit when the spirit in it. I've been willing, I can't fake the feeling. Devil talk loud, but he still don't get it. You can't block what the Lord already written. I got grace in my walk that's dripping fitted. Faith don't fold, I'm built different. Ain't no limit with spirit in it. Whole team eat, God's the kitchen. Favor on me, that's a whole new ticket. Devil throw shots, but he still can't hit it. Woke up blessed, the king done did it. Purpose on lock and the word gon' fit it. Praise too strong, I can sit with critics. Light gon' shine when the soul stay lifted. Ain't no limit, every light give different. Spirit take the wheel, I just ride when he pivot. Yeah. Hey, hey. Give me credits, baby, girl. You call me your blackberry, baby. Hit me when you need me. Dark fruit, G-Brew, sweeter every season, believe me. Say I'm your favorite flavor. Got you drifting when you breathe me. Every time you call my phone, girl, I pull up like it's easy. Blackberry, blackberry. One vibration, you already ready. Blackberry. Your voice alone keep my balance steady. Say my tone tastes rich like molasses. Every word stick long, that's a classic. You ain't never felt love, this organic. I just sipping my name like it's platinum. Yeah, one for my skin, you feel that heat. Say I'm melting your mouth when we need that beat. Hope be heaven every time you flirt with sing. You let me install, I don't rush to tea. Late nights you sigh, get on in one ring. Oh, I'm on your chest like a hook, I'm singing. Oh, tell me all your secrets, I still don't know. Leaking. Say my name real soft, not a distant string. Flood away my voice by the speaker. Heart rate dropped in the spike when I reach you. You know my flavor make you weaker, but sweeter, yeah, sweeter. You call me your blackberry, baby. Hit me when you need me. Dark fruit, G-Brew, sweeter every season, believe me. Say I'm your favorite flavor. Got you dripping when you greet me. Every time you call my phone, girl, I pull up like it's blackberry, blackberry. One vibration, you already ready. Blackberry. Your voice alone keep my balance steady. Phone light glow on your face when you test me. Say you crave the taste, yeah, you tempted, don't test me. Sweet but strong, yeah, the balance impressive. Let me in your world, I protect it, not stress it. Calling your blackberry, berry. I'm pulling up, please, no delay, no scary. Can't say the word, girl, I'm already there. Oh, I'm your blackberry, baby, shit nuclear. Yeah. Hey, hey. Give me credits, baby, yeah.